Welcome into the Commanders Reports live watch party here for Week 13, Sunday Night Football between the Washington Commanders and the Denver Broncos. We are just minutes away from kicking this game off, and I want to thank each and every one of the real ones that are tuning in at the beginning of this week's watch party. Definitely going to be an interesting game this week, guys. You got the Denver Broncos coming into town here, 9-2 versus this Commanders team coming off a bye week. Losing 6 of their last 6 games, obviously 6 in a row, is really tough, but you do get some reinforcements this week. Terry McLaurin back in the lineup. Wasn't good enough to get the Commanders a win when they played the Chiefs the last time Terry McLaurin got back in the lineup, but hopefully Terry's presence in this offense can give this team a little bit of a jolt. Back in Madrid, the defense did turn things around a little bit versus Miami, had one of their better performances of the season on defense. And this is a Broncos team which is offense just hasn't played great in the first 3 quarters. They've played really good football on offense in the fourth quarter this year. Their defense is obviously stellar, so it's going to be a test for Marcus Mariota and the Commanders' offense, but also we're going to see what Dan Quinn can kind of pull out of his hat here. Multiple players returning to the lineup. Will Harris returning this week. Terry McLaurin returning this week. Jaden Daniels still out with his elbow dislocation, but this is probably the last time we are going to see the Washington Commanders play on primetime football this year, so let's enjoy it together here on the show. Here's the list of inactives for both teams, starting with the Broncos. Nothing too much to look at there except for Jonah Ellis, who is a part of their defensive line rotation. But then, obviously, for Washington, Jaden Daniels is out today. Darnell Savage is a healthy scratch today. Tyler Ott, the long snapper, is keep an eye on that one because they have a backup long snapper in there today. That could cause some issues on special teams. But then that's pretty much it in terms of the potential impact players that the Commanders have here this evening, but everybody else is good to go. It's going to be an interesting one here, guys, so type those real ones in the chat if you are here to start today's show. We greatly appreciate you. We already got our first super chat of the day that we'll get to here in just a second, but I have a great deal for you guys, and I want to let you guys know that you guys can get this awesome Washington Commanders Salute to Service hoodie today at a whopping 35% off when you guys use code CYBER60 at our link, chatsports.com/salute25. Ponzi's going to put the link to that in the comments and description of today's show. And this is a really good price, man. 35% off. I don't think you're going to find a better deal anywhere else. Use our code CYBER60 at chatsports.com/salute25 to get this Commanders Salute to Service hoodie in your collection today. So we are about ready to kick things off in Landover, Maryland here, guys. And obviously, I think that we kind of all acknowledge at this point in this building, all right, let's just be completely honest with each other. Washington Commanders' season in terms of any playoff prospects, in terms of any run that they could potentially go down for the rest of the season is likely over. But you know what isn't over? A chance to potentially get some Salute to Service gear. Today on the show, if we can get to $200 in donations, we will raffle off a Salute to Service hat. And if we can get to $500 in donations today, we will raffle off a Salute to Service hoodie. So if you guys want to get those super chats in, if you guys want to get a question, a comment, if you want to vent about the Commanders playing poorly, if that ends up happening, you guys can send in any dollar super chat to get in today and to get on screen. Today, in terms of getting in on the raffle, $5 will get you into the raffle today. $10 will get you 3 raffle tickets. $20 would get you 10 tickets. Again, we got to get to $200 in total donations to give away the hat and $500 on total donations today to give away the hoodie. Plus, I got my pickle shots here. Got my pickle juice. All right, I'll take pickle juice shots for every $10 plus super chat that comes in on today's show. And we already have our first super chat of the day, and it's of course it's an over 10. So got my first pickle juice shot of the day here. Cheers to John Masood with a 20. All right, John Masood says, "Hail Cassie Voth, hail Jack Sperry, hail Ponzi. No raffle tickets needed for me. Give to Jasmine Gray, please." So, Jasmine, you are in the raffle today. That is if we have the raffle. But we got to get up to $200 in total donations today. John Masood gets us started here with a nice $20 super chat. But we got a good crew of Commanders fans ready to watch some football here on Sunday Night Football. Commanders obviously trying to get out of this 6-game losing skid. They're coming out of the bye week. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do, man, because, look, like, at this point in the season's over. It's mock draft season here in Commanders Nation. We're looking ahead towards the future. But these games can also serve as an opportunity to look towards the future and see, which players can mesh together and play well down the stretch, and who can help this team compete for Super Bowls in future seasons, because that's really the big question that needs to be asked down the stretch here. Because you're not really playing for any playoff opportunities or anything like that. It's about getting Jaden Daniels back to 100% healthy. It's about finding some using your young players to see what they're capable of doing, and kind of identifying who you want to be on this Commanders team in the future. And that's what it's really all about. We got some opportunities today to see some young players play for the Washington Commanders. I'm excited to see how that's all going to work out for the Burgundy and Gold in this ball game. So let's get to our score predictions here, Ponzi, before we get into kickoff here, which is going to be happening in just a few moments at, of course, Northwest Stadium in Landover, Maryland. You're wearing the Super Bowl era jerseys tonight. Of course, the last time we were here, Ponzi, Sunday Night Football against Seattle, you end up losing your starting quarterback with a really brutal elbow dislocation. Hopefully it's a better game than what we saw in that Seattle game, and hopefully we get entertained a little bit tonight. But for me, guys, why not? Let's go with the Commanders. I mean, why not, guys? I do think that this Broncos team is one that can be susceptible, especially because Marcus Mariota, we've seen him play very well, especially when Terry McLaurin is in the lineup. And I obviously this Denver defense is awesome, but I mean, this is a Broncos team that nearly lost to the Las Vegas Raiders, a team that is even worse than the Commanders are, at home, by the way, just a few weeks ago on Thursday Night Football. So, listen, man, why not? I'll go Commanders to win 27-24. Let's shock the world tonight, fellas.
I will go with the Broncos. I do think it will be close, though. I think that, this Commanders team can certainly, especially with Terry McLaurin back, can stretch the field maybe a little bit more. I got the Broncos, but I'm hoping I'm wrong. I'm hoping, maybe the time, because I picked against the Commanders the last to win that we had. I believe that was the Chargers. So I picked against them, and I was wrong. So hopefully the time that I pick against them again, I'm wrong again.
Yeah, we'll see. Certainly you can play a little spoiler here, I would say. You got Denver sitting at 9-3. No matter what happens tonight, Denver will be at the top of the AFC North standing, or AFC West standings, I should say. But if they lose tonight, it certainly puts the Los Angeles Chargers in position. Oh, baby, the legend is back.
He's back.
Shaggy is back. Waiting for Ponzi here to get the graphic up.
Sorry, it's wait. There we go.
Come on, Ponzi. Back! Says, hey, Jack, I just wanted to say hi. The season may be over. I would love to see us win here. But do you think it is time to tank and preserve our starters and go for a higher pick in the draft? It's a hot take, but listen, man, no respectable NFL organization tanks, period.
No.
That's a quick way to lose the respect of the players in your locker room. Players don't want to play for organizations that actively lose, plain and simple. So, listen, man, I think the rest of the season is about developing your young talent, maintaining a winning culture. All that different stuff is really important, and wherever the Commanders are drafting, the Commanders are drafting. I know from a fan's perspective, you want the best possible pick that you can get, especially when playoffs are not a realistic possibility, but the Commanders are going to continue to try and win football games under Dan Quinn, whether fans want that or not, and we'll see if they actually can, because you can make an argument, even if they try to win, Shaggy, they won't win games. So we'll see what ends up happening here tonight, but we'd certainly appreciate making it rain here today. Shaggy, you've been a real one all season long. All right, man, so the new kicker here in Washington, Jake Moody, lines up the kick here. Commanders will be kicking first. They won the toss and have elected to defer. So Denver will get the ball first here on Sunday Night Football. And maybe the least interesting Sunday Night Football game of the entire season. And we are off in Landover. It's a good kick, puts them right at the 1. They'll take it out, and you'll get to around the 25, 26. Marvin Mims Jr., wide receiver out of Oklahoma, on the return. And that is where Bo Nix in the Broncos offense, who has really struggled early in games this season, will take the field. Bo Nix has been one of the better fourth-quarter quarterbacks in the league. He's been one of the worst in terms of the first three-quarter production. So we'll see how this Commanders defense looks against this Broncos offense. They are without J.K. Dobbins for, I believe, the rest of the season. I think that he had to get foot surgery or something like that, or something or the other. They'll start in the I formation. This has run written all over it, and it is. Gets it right to R.J. Harvey, the rookie out of UCF. He's going to pick up 11 yards right up the middle. Easy peasy for the Denver Broncos defense there, or offense, I should say. Little power there, pulling the guard. Appreciate you, Jeremy. All right, under center now is Nix, first down and 10. He'll go handoff to Harvey. Now, good push by the Commanders, and it's going to be probably a loss of 1 here. Good job by Jordan McGee, and Quan Martin was back there. So they're going to call it a no gain, second down and 10 coming up. Under center is Nix, play action, boot to the left. He's got room. He's going to throw on the run. It's a beautiful throw. It's caught by Troutman, the tight end, to midfield, first down Broncos. That is Will Harris, the strong safety here, on the tackle. Harris has been out, I believe, since week 3 with a leg injury. He had a fracture that he's now back from, so it's good to see number 3 back out there on the field. Under center is Nix. He'll throw a quick screen, and he will dirt it. It's a poorly thrown ball by Nix, and it's incomplete. And if you want to know how useless PFF grading is, they still got Bobby Wagner in the top 20 among linebackers in the league. Well, usually he's number 1, so getting down to 20 is quite a fall from grace for Bobby. Shotgun here on second down and 10. Play action. Nix has plenty of time to throw. Now he's running out of time. Jacob Martin misses a tackle. He's still scrambling. He throws on the run. It is caught and dropped by Adam Troutman. Incomplete. Opportunity for the Commanders' defense to get off the field here on third down and 10. Third down and 10. Shotgun Nix, 3-receiver set. Takes the snap. Nix looking, steps up. He throws. It's going to be the check down option. Caught. First down Broncos. How do you pick up a first down on that? That is soft as shit. Little check down option on third and 10 gets a first down. That's how soft the Commanders' zone was. And now it's first down Denver as they continue this methodical drive here to start this ball game. Under center is Nix. He'll take the snap, play action. He's got time, steps up, he throws downfield, open, caught, first down. It's Troy Franklin all the way down to the 21-yard line. First down, Broncos. Super off coverage, at least about 10 yards off coverage for Jonathan Jones. Commanders just playing extremely soft, trying to keep everything in front of them. And now they'll go offset pistol here with a fullback to Nix's left and a running back behind Nix. He's going to hand it off to Harvey, and he's going to pick up a decent gain of around 4. Second down and 5, now already in the red zone are the Broncos. Nix kicks the leg, takes the snap from shotgun. He's looking, he throws towards the end zone. Will Harris in coverage, it's caught but out of bounds. It's number 1, that is Evan Ingram, the tight end. Caught it but couldn't get 2 feet in. It's incomplete, third down and 5 coming up. Maddie YJ Bet says, if we stop them, I will send in $100. That's how much I will bet. Now, they get a stop here. Noah Igbenogany gets his hand in there for a PBU. They tried to go slant, and the slot corner for Washington breaks it up. It's fourth down and 5. Let's see if they go for it here. I think they are going to go for it, actually. Oh, never mind. They're bringing on Will Lutz for the kick. So after the drop, Broncos will attempt a field goal to go up 3-0 here. Start this ball game. Snap, hold. It's up and right down the middle. Broncos up 3-0. And now we'll see what the Commanders' offense looks like on the other side of the break. So at least you didn't give up a touchdown there. So, gold star for the Commanders' defense on that one. But, they went right down the field, really. They really did. That was pretty easy how easily they were able to get down the field. The Commanders are going to have to give a little bit more resistance to that if they want to prevent the Broncos from scoring a lot of points in this ball game.
Yeah. I mean, it's just you can't, especially on that third down and 10 or third down and 8 where they just allow the running back to check down and no one was near him. Like, come on, we cannot be playing that soft.
Hey, Shaggy coming in with another 20. Says, love to see the defense get a stop. Love the lives. What do I got to do to get you to drink? It's $10 for the pickle juice shots here. So let me get this.
Bust out the pickle juice. All right. Shout out to Shaggy.
Plus, he put in a 50 earlier, so I'll give Shaggy another one here.
Got another super chat here too. $2 from Steven Skyreading. Hail to the Redskins. Wearing the throwbacks tonight, and I'm wearing my Sean Taylor jersey.
God, that's gross. God, this pickle juice has got to be. I mean, we bought a bunch of them at the same time, so this one's probably getting close to expiration. Definitely tastes like it. Steven, appreciate you. Says, hail to the Redskins. Yes, sir.
Of course, the last time the Commanders were in these uniforms, it was not a good sign.
No, it was not. But if you guys want to click that subscribe button, we'd greatly appreciate it. Every 50 new subscribers we add on today's show, we're going to give away a free raffle entry. So we're only 3 new subscribers away. We got 269 people watching live. Guarantee you, there's at least 3 people in this chat that haven't clicked that subscribe button yet. So if you want to help us out, click that subscribe button. I'd greatly appreciate it. Kevin Beamer says, why pickle juice? Because it sucks.
Yeah.
That's why. And we suck, so I gotta suffer a little bit, I guess. Oh man. All right.
Well, not the worst start for the defense.
Not the worst, but definitely not the best. I mean, they went right down. They went right down the field and put themselves in position to score. They just couldn't execute on third and manageable. So, oh hey, we got there. So let's give away a free raffle entry. Of course, we have to get to $200 on today's show to do the raffle. But type those me's in the chat if you want a free raffle entry right now. Kick is away. We are back in Landover. Deebo Samuel is back there. He touches the kick. It's a really well-placed kick. Now he's going to try and change field, and he barely gets back to the 10. So Commanders have to go 90 yards to take this lead with a touchdown. And we'll see if Marcus Mariota, who's done a pretty good job this year, man. Like, Mariota hasn't been god-awful, especially because in most of the games he's played, he's been without McLaurin. With McLaurin back out there, it's nice to see him back in the huddle. And let's give a free raffle entry here to Tom Dean. By the way, every 100 likes we get on today's show, we're also giving away free raffle entries. So we're halfway there. We're at 51 likes. So if everyone clicks that thumbs up icon, we got 280 people watching. We'll make sure to get somebody in the chat a free raffle entry as well. They got a re-kick. So illegal formation on the Broncos, which is going to force a re-kick here. So Jeremy McNichols and Deebo Samuel are back deep to return the kick. So let's see if the Commanders make the most of this lucky break, because if not, the Commanders' offense would have had the ball at the 10. Will Lutz kicks it away. It's going to be fielded by McNichols at the 5, and he's going to be brought down at the 21. So not much still. And that's just good special teams by the Broncos there. Commanders take over with better field position, but still not great. Chris Rodriguez Jr. comes out as the starting running back for the Commanders. They're going to come out with a multiple tight end set here on first down with John Bates and Zach Ertz both out there. Played some more jumbo personnel, though, against Miami 2 weeks ago in Madrid. We'll see if we see any of that tonight. Pistol formation here for Mariota. He'll make a change at the line of scrimmage. So plenty of time left on the play clock. He takes the snap. He'll hand it off to Rodriguez. Not much push from the Commanders' O-line. No gain. So now we got shotgun for Mariota on second down and 10. Deebo and McLaurin, the two receivers. Takes the snap. He's going to just flip it out to John Bates, who's open in the flat. He'll pick up 8. Be third down and short coming up for Washington. We're up to 68 likes now, guys. Make sure you click that subscribe button. We're going to be live for most, if not all, of the rest of the Commanders games this season, no matter how bad the Commanders have been this year. There's still Commanders football, and we're going to be missing this when we get into the offseason. So we got to drink it up while we can. It's third down and 3. Condensed formation. Empty formation now for Mariota. He sends Deebo in motion left to right, takes the snap, throws it to Deebo in the flat. It is caught for a first down. Nice play call by Cliff Kingsbury to move the sticks. Nice little Deebo play there. Get him across the motion, put him into the flat. It's the type of stuff that you kind of envision for Deebo when they traded for him this offseason. Read option here. No, it's a RPO. He's going to pull it and throw it to, it looks like Zach Ertz, who will pick up about 5 or 6 on the quick game concept. And the thing, Ponzi, that the Commanders' offense has actually done pretty well this year is the quick passing game. Cliff is really good at scheming people open in the quick passing game. Quarterbacks are good getting the ball out quickly to their guys to pick up some chunk yardage and being methodical. But we'll see if they open up the passing game a little bit with Terry McLaurin in the lineup this week. 2nd down and 5 here from pistol. Takes a snap, hands it off to Chris Rodriguez. Again, no push, but now he escapes a little bit here. Picks up first down yardage and then some. Gets to the 48-yard line. First down, Commanders. Good patience from Chris Rodriguez Jr., who had nothing initially. There was no initial push from the offensive line, but there was nobody on the Broncos defense that could get home. Hufanga almost brought him down in the backfield, but missed the tackle, opening up the outside lane there for Rodriguez to exploit. Now in the pistol at the 48-yard line, condensed formation again. They'll hand it off to Rodriguez, and once again, no push from the Commanders' O-line. Barely gets anything, if anything, maybe a half yard. Now, 2nd down and 9. Once again, another condensed formation from shotgun. Mariota gets rid of it quickly. It is caught, and that is to Zach Ertz for a gain of around 6 or 7. It'll be 3rd down and manageable coming up. Now shotgun Mariota. It looks like a 3-receiver set with Ertz forming a bunch on the left. Mariota takes the snap. He's looking, nothing there initially. Now he has to scramble and kind of make something happen. He's going to throw downfield, and nobody's open, but there's a flag thrown, and I think this is going to be a penalty on the Broncos, which will give the Commanders a new set of downs. I think they're going to get Surtain on a hold on McLaurin. Yeah, I think it is. Legal contact on the Broncos. That's an automatic first down for Washington. So Commanders luck out a little bit there. But Surtain pretty much just runs right into Terry, who tried to cut it upfield. And certainly McLaurin and Mariota were not on the same page. McLaurin tried to come back to the football, and Mariota launched deep. Shotgun here for Mariota, and now nothing there initially. Now it's going to be a nice little tunnel screen to Zach Ertz, but he's not athletic at all, so he'll only get 2 yards. Running tunnel screens, I mean, that should be Ben Sinnott's play, right? That should be Ben Sinnott's play. Like, he's the athletic yak guy in the tight end room, and you're giving it to a geriatric tight end.
I love Zach Ertz, but, like, that's not his skill set.
Yeah, that's just not what he does. It's just not what he does, man. Now 2nd down and 7 after the 3-yard gain. Shotgun Mariota. Rodriguez still the back. Now they send Debo on an orbit motion. Now they're going to hand it to him up the gut. And once again, this offensive line gets its ass handed to them. No gain.
Could bring up 3rd down. Who whiffed here? Yeah, they had a pulling guard, just never had to develop.
3rd down and 8. We need Mariota to dig us out here. On the Broncos 39, this would be a very long kick. Takes the snap. Mariota looking. He's going to launch down the field, and it is caught. No, drop by Jalen Lane. It's good coverage by the Broncos. It was contested, but Jalen Lane's had issues coming down with the football pretty consistently this year. You're throwing up a jump ball to a smaller receiver that doesn't make contested catches. It's going to end in a punt here, and that's a terrible
maybe,
weight.
I mean,
So it's a decent throw from Mariota. If that's McLaurin, that's probably a catch. And it hits Jalen Lane in the hands. It's just knocked out.
Jake Moody does have the leg, but they're going to punt.
They're going to punt here.
That sucks.
Now the kick is away from Tressway. And it's going to be fair caught at the 10-yard line by Marvin Mims. And if you guys want to get this awesome Commanders Salute to Service hoodie, it is currently 35% off when you use our code CYBER60 when you use our link, chatsports.com/salute25. Greatly appreciate all of your guys' support. Part of the proceeds go back to us here at the Commanders Report. So if you want a really cool Army Green Washington Commanders sweatshirt, officially licensed by the National Football League, by the way, this is the same one that you saw Dan Quinn and all the Commanders players and coaches wearing on the sideline last month. So you guys can use code CYBER60 for 35% off when you use our code chatsports.com/salute25. Don't be late. This is for today only. So make sure you guys get in there, get your 35% off discount today. All right, Ponzi. Obviously, the Broncos have quite a ways to go here to be able to go up 2 scores, but the opportunity is there for them. They were able to move the ball pretty easily against the Commanders' last drive. You do get a stop, largely because I would say a lack of execution on the part of the Broncos more than good play on the Commanders. You had a dirted screen and then a drop on 3rd down and 5. So more about bad Broncos than good Commanders there on that last drive and that defensive stop. But
hey,
offense moved the ball okay. They, if they would have moved the chains one more time, they would have been in field goal range for Jake Moody. They just they put their faith in Jalen Lane to come down with a tough catch down the sideline. It was honestly a good throw from Mariota.
It was a great throw, honestly. Hit him right in the hands.
And if that's Debo or if that's Terry, I think that's probably a catch. But because you put it to the whatever 5'9", 5'10", whatever he is, Jalen Lane, and he's had a drop issue all year, let alone in contested. And it's just like I don't understand why that's the route that we're throwing to there in that spot.
See if this defense can get something going. I mean, yeah, it was a tough catch, but you expect your NFL wide receiver to come down with that.
But good coverage. Give him credit.
Yeah.
Good coverage. Now let's see if this Commanders defense can get another kind of stop here. Denver has quite a ways to go to get into field goal range, let alone into touchdown scoring range. But as we know with this Commanders defense, they can give up a lot of yards and a lot of points very quickly. Under center is Nix. Condensed formation, per usual. Play action here. Nix will roll out to the right. Looking, and he still hasn't thrown it. Now he eventually just has to dirt it. Incomplete. Good coverage by the Commanders, forcing Bo Nix to just throw that thing away. It'll be 2nd down and 10. Light with a $2 super chat asks, is Jerzon Newton a bust? To this point, he's a bust.
Yeah.
He's just... Eddie Goldman in Madrid outsnapped him, and he played better than he did. Eddie Goldman is ancient. Jerzon Newton was supposed to be one of the breakout players on this defense this year. There's multiple so many young defenders on this Commanders defense have been so disappointing this year. Now offset I formation, handoff. It's not going to go far. About no gain, maybe a half a yard for Denver. So a great opportunity here for the Commanders to get off the field. Let's see if they capitalize. Commanders bring in their pass rushing front. Type those threes if you want to get off the field here, guys. Let's go. Shotgun for Nix, takes the snap, 11 personnel. He's looking, nothing there. He's going to dump it off, and he's got a blocker in front of him. And he's not going to get there. It's going to be 4th down. Commanders defense holds strong with some good pass coverage on that drive. 3 and out for the Broncos, and the Commanders will get the ball right back. So, hey, there we go. That one, Ponzi, that drive, it was more good Commanders for getting to the 4th down and to the punt.
Yeah, no one was open.
And there wasn't enough options open there for Bo Nix. Now, apparently they are pointing out that there was an open receiver in the middle of the field there that Nix kind of turned down. And listen, man, Nix has not played great this year, so it looks like the Commanders might have got lucky there with Bo Nix being a not great quarterback. Kicks away, and the punt is going to be fielded by Jalen Lane, who's back in the punt returner spot at the 42-yard line. He caught this one, and the Commanders will have great field position coming out of the break, but they will go to a commercial. Ponzi, why don't you take over here for a second? I'm gonna go and get another water.
Okay.
I ran out. So Ponzi, take over for a little second here. We are, by the way, 14 likes away from giving away a free raffle entry. Ponzi, take it away.
I mean, not a bad start, not a terrible start. Obviously, not the great first defensive drive, but I mean, great 3 and out. I mean, I think, obviously not letting them even get a first down. Tom says, welcome, Bonzi. Welcome, Tom. How are you doing, Tom? Twins saying amazing 3 and out. Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of those. I haven't seen a lot of those in the past couple games. Princess saying, go Commanders. Shout out. We just got to get more efficiency on, just get down the field. Let's get the score here. Either tie or take the lead. T-Rome saying it's going to be a handoff for the pistol that goes nowhere. You're calling your shot for the first play. All right.
All right, I'm back. I got my water. Kind of a boring game to start here. Obviously no explosives or anything like that. From the Commander side, it was a lot of dinking and dunking and all that different stuff. But Commanders have the ball again, and Terry McLaurin has 1 target. It ended up being a penalty. But, I think you got to get Terry McLaurin more involved here, man. I like what they're doing where they're kind of establishing the run game with the short passing game and trying to get this defense to kind of come up so that they can take some shots to Terry down the field. And they're still in the process of that. But, Terry McLaurin is the dynamic playmaker presence on this wide receiver core, so you got to get him some opportunities here. Get Terry involved, even if it's just a screen, man. Just get him the ball, give him some real football action here. That's what I would recommend if I were tutoring Cliff Kingsbury. Not that he needs my opinion. But by the way, this is Tavita Pritchard, the Commanders quarterbacks coach, is coaching tonight. It's his final day with the Commanders before he officially accepts the position as the next Stanford Cardinal head coach. His former pupil at Stanford when Pritchard was the QB coach at Stanford under Jim Harbaugh, Andrew Luck, hired him. So, full circle. So congratulations to Tavita. Best of luck as a head coach in college football. And David Blau, as far as tomorrow goes, will be the interim QB coach here in Washington. Handoff to Chris Rodriguez Jr. here. He finds a lane. He picks up 10 yards. He was 1 missed tackle away from really breaking loose, and it's going to be deemed an 11-yard gain here, first down Commanders. Get C-Rod going, man. Get C-Rod going for me. Let's go, baby. Two and a half minutes to go here in the first quarter. 3-0 Denver. It'll be 2nd down and 1. They're going to say, actually, he got 9 yards on that play, not 11. Kind of seems like a bad spot. I thought for sure he got 10 on that. Are the Commanders going to challenge this? So they're taking a while here to, give the okay to the center, and now it looks like they're giving that okay. 2.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. 2nd down and 1. Now they're in pistol. Takes a snap. Play action. Mariota steps up. He throws over the middle. It's tipped up into the air and incomplete. Had a chance to be picked, but just outside the grasp of the defensive back of the Broncos. It'll be 3rd down and 1. I think this is where Bruce Arians used to say, Ponzi, no risk it, no biscuits. So do you think about taking a deep shot to Terry McLaurin here? Tried to go to McLaurin on that one. The throw was just a little bit low. Singleton, number 49, got his hands on the pass. But now it's 3rd down and 1. He got C-Rod in there. Let's see what Cliff does. They're going to go quarterback run with Mariota, and he's going to pick it up. Like that play call from Cliff, 1st down after a gain of 2. Hey, my man, Mark Anderson, coming in with a 5. Appreciate you, Mark, if we end up having that raffle. We're about halfway, by the way. We're at about $99, so we're like a $100 super chat away from giving away a Salute to Service hat. Now, a quick little flat route here to Zach Ertz. He's wide open. Nice little quick route. A little passing concept there from Marcus Mariota. He'll pick up about 11 yards. And another Commanders 1st down. So the Commanders under Marcus Mariota here, Cliff Kingsbury, I think has had a really good script. Pistol formation here for Mariota. He will hand it off to C-Rod, and he'll get nothing. No push. Hufanga once again gets into the backfield. It's a loss of around 2 or 3. 2nd down and long coming up. Matty Jet says, should I donate 100, Jack? I mean, hey, man, if you want. It'll get us really close to our goal here of the Salute to Service hat. I know a lot of people that have entries would thank you if you put in 100. Second down and 12. Mariota, 2 receivers set, and for some reason McLaurin's not on the field. Takes the snap. Mariota will throw a quick spot route. It looks like it's incomplete. Dropped by Zach Ertz. Looked like the throw was a little low, and it'll be 3rd down and 12. And this Commander's drive is stalling out in pretty much the same exact spot that it did last time. I think at this point the Commanders might be playing to get a field goal here and tie this ball game up and just get a little bit of reward after an offensive drive here. Get Jake Moody a chance after releasing Matt Gay after the Madrid game. I mean, Matt Gay was the reason why you lost the Madrid game, in my opinion. They get Terry. Do they get Terry? Yeah, they do get Terry back out there. He's in the slot in a nasty split. Shotgun for Mariota. Takes the snap. They're going to run it. And this is McNichols. He stays on his feet. What a great play by McNichols. Gets a 1st down to the 21-yard line. Jeremy McNichols, man, he continues to show his worth to this Commanders offense this year. He's been one of the better offensive players consistently for this group all season long. Just another instance right there where he breaks not 1 but 2 tackles, has the contact balance to stay up, and then the speed to go and get the 1st down after the fact.
And it really did seem like they were playing for the field goal right there.
Yeah, it really felt like they were just trying to
breaks it off.
They were just trying to get a few yards to give Jake Moody a shot, and now that's going to be the end of the 1st quarter, and the Commanders are knocking right on the door of the red zone. So,
Matt saying, "What would happen if I did donate 100?" You know what, Matt? Just for you, I haven't done it in a while. I'll get a half cup of pickle juice and I'll chug it for you.
All right,
if you donate 100,
half cup of pickle juice chug if he donates 100. All right, man.
That pickle juice is nasty, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty old, honestly. So, I mean, 1st quarter, it wasn't a bad quarter. I mean, we've seen far worse starts for the Commanders, right? They're moving the ball effectively down the field. They're now in position to at least tie this ball game, if not take the lead by the end of this drive. The defense got a nice 3-and-out. They got another stop, even though, like we said earlier, I think that's more bad Broncos than good Commanders. But this Broncos team is certainly a team that has gotten off to some slow starts, Ponzi. So I think starting fast for the Commanders was always going to be a big key to victory for this Washington group heading into this game. Because once we get into that 4th quarter, that's when the Broncos play their best ball. So you want to have a lead in that 4th quarter. And you'd like to have a somewhat comfortable lead in that 4th quarter if possible. So Terry McLaurin has only played 6 of the 17 snaps on offense so far tonight. So it seems like he's on a snap count to try and preserve his health or whatever, but he's already had, I think, 2 or 3 targets on just those 6 plays.
Of course, looking at the time of possession, Commanders actually lead in that. 8:49 to 6:11, but obviously, with this drive, and the Broncos kind of went down the field kind of quickly. But, hey, converting 3 out of your first 4 third downs is very impressive. And just looking at a quarterback comparison here, Bo Nix 4 for 9 for 48 yards, 61.3 quarterback rating. Marcus Mariota 6 out of 9, 35 yards, and then 73.8. But still plenty of game to go. Bo Nix has looked a little bit off, and they're a little bit off with some of his reads, as he typically does in the first 3 quarters.
All right, here we go. Shotgun Mariota from the 23 is where they spot him. Now they're going to hand it off to Chris Rodriguez Jr. Finally, a little bit of push. He gets about 3 on the first down carry. Now Mariota lines up. He's got plenty of time. Now he's looking to scramble. Now he throws while he gets absolutely mashed, and it's intercepted, and then he's going the other way. Down to the 30, and he's brought down at the 34-yard line. Marcus Mariota taking a broken play, a play that wasn't working, and turning it into a disaster. You freaking kidding me? You're in position to at least tie the game, if not take the lead, and you just made a bad play worse. It was play action, roll out to the right. Nothing was open. They tried to get, I think, the wheel open, and he still tried to throw it to the running back of all people on that route. It's just a boneheaded decision from Marcus Mariota. And I will say, Ponzi, probably Mariota's worst tendency this season has been just throwing it up there and panicking at times.
Like, we saw that in the Cowboys game with the Deron Bland pick 6. Like, dude. What are you doing?
And the thing is, when Mariota's playing within rhythm, he's usually pretty good, but like he'll just have these panic moments, and it's just like
that's just frustrating. It's frustrating.
Under center here, 12 personnel for Denver. They're going to hand it off to Harvey. They get some decent push, but a nice tackle here from Deron Payne. It's only going to be about 2 or 3 on the first down carry for Harvey. And now it's Nick's second down and 7. Got a tight bunch out to the right with a single receiver out to the left. Takes the snap. He will hand it off to Harvey. Once again, decent blocking up front from the Broncos. It's going to be just short of first down yardage. Be 3rd down and 1 coming up. Need an impact play, a TFL or a sack to end this drive for Denver, or an incompletion. Now, condensed formation from under center in the I. They're going to hand it to the fullback. He'll pick up a good 3 or 4 yards, first down Broncos. So they are approaching midfield. Now shotgun for Bo Nix. 3-receiver set. He'll take the snap here on first. He'll hand it. No, it's going to be an RPO, and it's going to be dropped. Tried to go to Evan Ingram, and he just put it outside of his reach, and it's going to be incomplete. 2nd down and 10. So this is what I'm talking about, Ponzi, with the bad Broncos instead of good Commanders. It's like, the Broncos have just shot themselves in the foot a couple of times in this game, and which they usually do in the early portions of games. So now they go back to shotgun, still 11 personnel. Nick's trying to get rid of it quickly. It's not there. Now he's going to look to run, and he's going to pick up a decent gain of around 5 or 6 yards to make it 3rd down and somewhat manageable for Denver, but an opportunity to get off the field here for the Commanders. Let's go, man. Let's get off the field, get the ball back in our offense's hands here. Haven't even seen Bill Krosky-Merritt on the Commanders' offensive side of the ball so far. Third down and 5. Once again, they got multiple receivers out there, and Nix is in shotgun. Commanders have multiple defenders walked up to the line of scrimmage, takes the snap. Nix looking. He throws over the middle spot route. It is caught and brought down. This should be 4th down and 1 or 2 coming up. Franklin can't believe he was touched when he was on the ground, and now it's decision time for Denver. It's kind of 4th down and a long 1 coming up here. I think they're going to go for it, so a chance for the Commanders to get the ball back with excellent field position here. Come on, boys. Hold up for me here. Hold up for me here. Type those 4s if you want to get off the field right now. Under center is Nix. Going to send a man in motion. Play action. Now he's got time. He's going to throw it. It's caught to Troutman. Igbenogany in coverage. Then he misses a tackle. Troutman still breaks another tackle, and he gets inside the 20, just outside the red zone. 1st down, Broncos. Terrible defense. Looked like they tried to send a little bit of a pressure there, but the Broncos blocked it up quite nicely. R.J. Harvey picked up the Von Miller on the edge. And then Igbenogany misses a tackle. And then who is this? I think Jeremy Reeves misses a tackle. And now the Commanders call timeout because they can't get 11 people on the field. Can't make it up. Can't make it up, guys. They should be back here soon, Ponzi, but just to give you guys a heads up here, $35 off this Commanders Salute to Service hoodie. If you want to get it for yourself or somebody that you love for this holiday season, $35 or 30% off, 35% off, I should say. At Cyber60 is the promo code at chatsports.com/salute25. Greatly appreciate your guys' support. Part of the proceeds go back to us here at the Commanders Report. So if you want to use our link, chatsports.com/salute25 and use code CYBER60, you guys can get 35% off this Commanders hoodie today. All right, we're back in Landover. And by the way, we just passed 100 likes, so we're giving away free raffle entry. Next commercial break. Single high safety here for Washington. 1st down and 10 at the Commanders 23. Under center, handoff to R.J. Harvey, and he's not going to get much, but he's going to get pushed forward for about a gain of 3, I would say. So now at the 20-yard line is the Denver Broncos offense. Shotgun for Nix. Takes the snap. He's looking, steps up. Now he will just dump it off to his check down. Harvey, who's really good out of the backfield as a pass catcher, he'll pick up 1st down yardage. About an 11-yard gain. Matt says, I have to do it, bro. Hey, man, you got to do what you got to do. But now inside the red zone at the Commanders' 12-yard line. Shotgun. Nix takes the snap. He'll hand it off to Harvey. And there's Daron Payne with a huge tackle for loss. Great play by 94, one of the better players on the Commanders roster this year. Might be looking for a new contract next year, though, Ponzi. Do we think he's worth giving another larger contract to? Or do you maybe think about trading him for more draft capital next offseason? I think I'm selling high on him.
Honestly, I think that if you don't see him in your future as a player on this defense, then trade him.
Probably one of the top trade candidates for the Commanders this year. They're going to hand it off here to R.J. Harvey. Great push by the Broncos O-line. He'll pick up about 6 yards, and it'll be third down coming up.
Their backup running back. I don't know who his name is. I think it's McLaughlin.
Yeah, it's McLaughlin. So third down and somewhat long here. It is long. Third down and 8. So great chance for the Commanders to stop them to a field goal again here and stay within one score, stay within striking distance. They got a bunch in a dirty formation, a nasty split out to the right. Takes the snap. Nick's looking. Now he steps up. Now he's trying to escape, and he's almost brought down for a sack. Now he has to try and just dirt it, and he's going to be knocked down. Great job by Frankie Louvu to get in front of that pass. It's incomplete. It'll be fourth down and 8. The Broncos will be forced to kick a field goal. Now, Nix is pleading his case that he got face masked, and I don't think he's going to win that case. Or I think he's trying to say that he got hit in the head, and he did. Frankie Louvu did hit him in the head, but after it was – does it matter if it gets deflected? Because it was deflected.
Well, also,
but I think it's helmet-to-helmet contact on the quarterback, which is.
I don't think.
I think he just made contact with his head, but you're still not allowed to touch the quarterback in the head at any point.
Well,
when he's throwing.
Like you could see Louvu in the replay push him down.
Yeah, Lutz is on the field. It is up and it is good. Commanders stick within striking distance, and they hold strong to prevent a field goal. Now I think that should have been a penalty.
I don't know. I feel like that's
you can't push the head of an opposing quarterback.
Because from what it looked like on that angle was that he pushed forward and the momentum kind of carried him forward, which led him to hitting the head.
You still can't hit him in the head. It doesn't matter
if it doesn't. That's fair enough.
It doesn't matter if it's incidental or not. Like it's against the rules to hit the quarterback in the head in any capacity. So. I hate to be a Debbie Downer there, guys, but I kind of feel like that's kind of a lucky break for the Commanders. Kind of feels like another field goal that they stopped them to that they didn't truly earn. I hate to be a Debbie Downer in that regard, but hey, we are halfway to our goal here on today's show, which is $200 in total Super Chat donations. If we can get there, we will raffle off a Salute to Service hat. Greatly appreciate your guys' support, and if we can get to $500 today, we'll actually raffle off a Salute to Service hoodie. But if you guys want to enter the raffle today, $5 gets you in, $10 gets you 3 raffle tickets, $20 stacks the deck a little bit, gets you 10 tickets. Greatly appreciate your guys' support. Oh, man, we got 430 people watching Commanders football with us live here on the Commanders Report Watch Party. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Catching up on some Super Chats. Mark Anderson, I think I shouted you out earlier, but we didn't put you on screen, so shout out to Mark. He's a real one. He's been with the channel for a long time.
That was the...
And I think that was the last one, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Shout out the last 5 here.
So obviously everything is still in front of the Commanders here because you get the ball with plenty of time left on the clock here in the first half. You get the ball to start the second half. Big shout out, by the way, to Ethan, Brian, Mike, Poppy, and Seif. Hope I'm Seif. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but shout out to you guys for being the last 5 people to subscribe to the Commanders Report. If you guys want a shout out, make sure you guys click that subscribe button. Greatly appreciate you guys. Of course, we give you guys Commanders content on this channel for free every single day. Injury updates, trade rumors, Brandon Ayuk. It seems like Ayuk is a very good possibility to come to the Commanders next year. And, we've got some early offseason content that we're getting going as well. I think this week we're going to do cut and trade candidates. We'll probably do another mock draft this week. We might get some very good news on Jaden Daniels. I think it was reported earlier that he's got a chance to play next week in Minnesota. So keep an eye on that. But we are back in Landover. 6-0 Broncos, and the kick is away. Commanders will get the football here with a chance to take the lead on this drive. It is fielded at the 3 by Deebo Samuel, who's going to try and find a lane, and he gets close to the 30, but just short of it, probably at the 29-yard line, and that's where the Commanders will take over. Decent field position for Washington. By the way, guys, we are so close to 50,000 subscribers. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already for free Commanders content. It's going to be a hell of an offseason, man. There's going to be some big changes, I expect. So if you guys want the latest updates and rumors, make sure you guys click that subscribe button. Pistol formation here for Mariota. Handoff is to Bill Krosky-Merritt, and he's going to bounce off a couple defenders, pick up about 5 on the first down carry. Good job by Bill. First time we've seen him today. Matt, if you're looking to donate, you can select that dollar bill sign. It looks like a dollar bill down there in the live chat room, and it allows you to put in any dollar amount that you want in a comment, and you send it in. Under center here for Mariota on 2nd down and 4. They're going to go right back to Bill up the middle. He's got some nice blockers in front of him. He's going to pick up a first down and then some. Gets past the 45 to around the 47. First down, Washington, as Bill Krosky-Merritt gets going a little bit here. Type those bills in the chat. First down. Now they've got kind of a weird, funky formation here. Now quick pressure on Mariota. Now it looks like a fumble, backwards pass, and it's going to be recovered by John Bates. It's going to be a heavy loss and a completely disastrous play called by Cliff Kingsbury, which is going to lead to a 2nd down and very long. Coming up, Nick Benito comes in and completely blows this up. And it looks like Laramie Tunsil, well, first of all, John Bates, I think, was the guy that was supposed to come around and block Benito. But that I honestly think that's a terribly called play by Cliff, because you're asking a tight end, while moving, to guard one of the shiftier and, frankly, just one of the pure best pass rushers in the league there. It's 2nd down and 17. Shotgun Mariota takes the snap, looking for the quick option. It's thrown, caught by Deebo, but doesn't even get back to the original sticks here. So still behind the sticks on 3rd down. It'll be around 3rd down and 12. Going to need a defensive penalty or a very nice play here on 3rd to keep things rolling. I'm guessing this is one of those situations they'll put McLaurin out there. And it doesn't look like McLaurin's out there. Great. Shotgun here for Mariota. He's got trips left with a tight end out to his right. McNichols in as the back. Takes the snap. Mariota looking. He's going to roll out to his right. Now he's going to look to run. Can he get there? And he does. Picks up 13 and a first down for the Commanders. Marcus Mariota, even though he's definitely considered a veteran quarterback at this point, he can still run with the best of them now. He's still a very plus rusher of the football. Looked like the Broncos just rushed 3. They dropped 8 in the coverage on the 3rd down and very long. And Mariota just says, all right, well, if you're going to drop and sink all these guys back towards the sticks, I'm going to go run and take this myself. Smart play by the quarterback of the Commanders there. First down and 10. Now in Bronco territory at their 48. Or at their, sorry, my mistake, their 43. Now they're going to go read option. Mariota pulls it, and he's going to get hit behind the line of scrimmage. Poor decision to pull that from Mariota, and it's going to be a loss of 1 or 2. Remember, as we get down to 4:20 here, 4:20 left in the half, that the Commanders do get the ball to start the second half. 2nd down and 11, shotgun Mariota. They're going to send Bill out in motion to create an empty formation for Mariota. forming a trips left formation. I would be surprised if this isn't a screen of some kind. It's a fake screen. Now Mariota looking deep. He's going to throw down the field, a little bit of a wobbler, but it's caught by Zach Ertz down to the 22-yard line. First down, Commanders. I like that play call from Cliff Kingsbury there, Ponzi.
Nice using that fake screen with Bill Krosky-Merritt. Just lobbing it over. Not a great throw, but got it there.
Nice little touch throw. Right in stride to Ertz, and now you're knocking right on the door of the red zone here. Now they're going to hand it off to Bill, and he's going to get a yard. Not the best on first down today, Ponzi. They've been really not successful on first downs today, but despite that, they've been pretty good on second and third, generally speaking. They're moving the football down the field. Shout out John Massoud. We'll get you up on screen here in just a second here, John. It'll be second down and 9 here for Mariota. 2-by-2 formation. Sends Chris Moore in motion right to left. Takes the snap. Mariota throws quick slant to McLaurin. He's wide open. It's caught. He bounces off a defender. Gets down to the 10-yard line. First down. Commanders, welcome back. Terry McLaurin. Feed 17. I like this play design from Cliff Kingsbury because he starts in that 2-by-2 formation there, Ponzi. Then he brings the slot receiver, motions him right to left to create that throwing lane in the slant right there on the outside for McLaurin. Picks up another first down, and then Terry McLaurin shows why he, gets paid as much as he gets paid when he's on the field. Let's go take a lead, man. Timeout called by Denver. They want the ball back at some point here. They want a chance to score before half. Terry, usually a workhorse and an Iron Man, plays almost every single game. Has missed more than double the amount of games this year than in really over the last several stretch of seasons. Yeah. So now they go Wildcat with Bill. They snap it to him. Flag on the play. I got to think this is a legal formation of some kind. Either way, it's a loss. They're going to say false start, I think. Or no, maybe a legal formation.
Yeah, it's the same call, but yeah, a legal formation.
It's going to be 5 yards.
Repeated the down, though.
For a legal formation?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
First down, it would be first down and 15. Because it essentially acts as a false start.
Legal formation on the Commanders. I think they might decline this so that the Broncos. No, they're going to take it. Yeah. Brandon Coleman. They tried to go jumbo there. Jumbo Wildcat. That is a crazy personnel package that Cliff Kingsbury just brought out. Coleman apparently was not lined up in a spot where he's allowed to.
Yeah, very interesting, especially with these Broncos edges. Like, they're really fast and shifty. If you're going to leave them unblocked, you're going to have to, get under center, get them out where they're running at full speed. Just doesn't make a lot of sense to.
By the way, Broncos called another timeout, so they'll only have one left here. If I'm the Commanders, I'm running this, and I'm running clock.
Yeah.
Well, the Commanders might or the Broncos might just. No, it looks like fake screen. They're going to run it with Mariota. He's going to get nothing. He just goes straight backwards. Tyler Biadasz got his ass handed to them by Zach Allen. Embarrassing rep from the Commanders center. And from the quarterback, for that matter.
He just got bull rushed right into Mariota.
Maybe a loss of one. Maybe got back to the line of scrimmage. Like Chris Paul gets off of Allen before he should have. Biadasz didn't have the proper leverage there, but a flag on the play. Let's see what this is.
Are they going to get the personal foul from Biadasz here? Did he say something?
I don't know. Let's see. After the play, personal foul. It's on the defense. So 15 yards for the Commanders, and Nick Benito gets called for unnecessary roughness.
I believe this is half the distance to the goal.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. And essentially, he grabbed Tyler Biadasz by the face mask and tried to rip him off of Zach Allen.
Yeah, come on, Benito.
So that's a good call. Because usually, a lot of times, the refs will call it on the team that reacts to that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But
Good
this time they saw the initial action there. Now Sean Payton trying to plead his case that it should have been on the Commanders. But now, first down and goal, they have McLaurin out there. I'd say, if you're going to use him in a limited capacity, use him when he's out there. Get the ball to Terry McLaurin if you get a good matchup here.
I agree.
First down and goal. Mariota goes in the pistol. He will hand it off to Rodriguez right up the middle. Great push by the Commanders, and he's right in there. Right up the gut. Touchdown, Commanders, and they'll take a lead here before halftime. All right. Defense gets a couple stops, holds them to a couple field goals. And the Commanders, who have been moving the ball well all half, finally break through here and get a touchdown. Great combo block there by Sam Cosmi.
Powerful running.
Good block by Chris Paul, but Cosmi's really the one that sealed it off. And by the time Chris C-Rod had a head of steam, he was able to run over a Broncos defensive back and get into the end zone. Now, the first kick of new kicker here, Jake Moody. It's up and right down the middle. There we go. We'll take that. 7-6 Commanders lead. The Commanders are leading versus a 9-2 football team right now, ladies and gentlemen. I can't wait for, I picked the Commanders to win this game, guys. I'm just gonna say it right now,
Man, I'm desperate for a Commanders win. It's been almost 8 weeks?
Yeah, man, it's been since the Charger game? I think the Charger game was the last win.
Which I think that was 8 weeks ago.
Back in week 5. Yeah, that's a long time ago, man. It's been multiple months. It's been 2 months since we've had a Commanders victory. 2 months. 2 months 2 months over the course of an NFL season is an eternity.
Yeah.
2 months of an NFL season is a lot.
The trade deadline happened.
Yeah, the trade deadline happened. I mean, how long ago does the trade deadline seem?
Like a month ago.
Yeah, exactly. And Commanders haven't won a game.
Joel Green with the $5.
What's up, Terrell? He's in on the raffle if we get to 200 today. He says, congrats. I appreciate the hard work, bro. I appreciate you, Terrell. Thanks for stopping by here this evening. John Masood with his second 20 of the day says, keep up the great work, Jack.
Appreciate you, John.
Appreciate you, John. You're always a real one, always donating, helping out the channel. Right now, we are
$76 away.
$76 away from giving away the Salute to Service hat, guys. So if we want to get there, I appreciate it.
Just for a reminder of what the hat looks like.
Yeah, you got the camo design this year for the hat, for the Salute to Service hat. Pretty cool. So if you guys want a chance to win that, make sure you guys get your donations in. Not only get raffle tickets, but also to help us get to $200. All right. And if we can get to $500 by the end of the show, we'll give away a Salute to Service hoodie instead. All right. So we greatly appreciate your guys' support. Commanders have a lead, guys. Let's go. Let's celebrate, man. Let's celebrate with a pickle juice shot. Let's celebrate with a pickle juice shot.
I will say,
cheers to you guys.
Some people have started noticing the score, and that's all I'll leave about that.
No, 6-7. Crazy, man. Listen, man. If you're an older person watching this show and you think that I know what 6-7 means, I do not. All right, I do not.
Think me and like 2 other people are the only people who know what 6-7 actually means.
Is it from a rap song or is it from or is it from TikTok?
So it's a rap song they use for edits of. I think it started with basketball.
Oh.
And so they're like the basketball player was like, make me an edit of this because that's like the dance.
Oh.
And so when they did the edit, they're like they start the edit off with the 6-7.
See, Ponzi's 20. Ponzi's only 21, so he's in with the youth. I'm 27, so I guess I'm out of touch. Kick is away from Moody. It's not the best kick. It's fielded close to the 10-yard line. And it's going to be a decent return. Sheds a couple tackles. I can't tell because of the angle that the broadcast is showing me where the ball ends up. But it looks like a pretty decent return for the Broncos. And they still got over 2 minutes, man. They still got a timeout and the 2-minute warning. Plenty of time for the Broncos to retake this lead before halftime. Let's hope the Commanders' defense can hold up. Yeah, man. I mean, some of these young quarterbacks are showing it right now. I mean, Drake May and the Patriots obviously have a big-time winning record. The Broncos are the same way. And Caleb Williams with the Bears, #1 seed in the NFC after the Rams lost today. Shotgun here for Nix, 1st down and 10. He's got time. He throws underneath. It's caught. And it's going to be a gain of around 7. This is number 12 of the Broncos. That would be R.J. Harvey, running back, on the catch. And that's going to be the 2-minute warning. Our score, 7-6 Commanders. I can't believe we're winning this game. Well, no, never mind. I picked the Commanders to win tonight, guys. I picked the Commanders to win tonight.
You can't believe they're winning? But you picked us to win?
But hey, man, I mean, hey, let's acknowledge it for what it's been, okay? The last 6 quarters of defensive football for the Washington Commanders have been okay. Okay, like you're only giving up 6 points. Now the Broncos are not a good first half offense. They're one of the worst in the league. But you were able to hold down Miami pretty decently, and now you're holding down the Broncos pretty decently. If this can go for a full 4 quarters, and let's say, you give up, less than 24 points in this game, I think that's a pretty decent accomplishment. If you hold them to less than 20, that's really a good accomplishment. And, I mean, right now,
back weeks.
Time of possession pretty even. They've been really competitive. Despite their 1 turnover, they're still leading in this ballgame. They're leading in total yardage. They're doing a really good job on 3rd down too, Ponzi. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from the Commanders. They're not trying to do too much. They're not trying to be anything that they're not, and they kind of realize, hey, we're not a very good football team. Like you can kind of see in the way that they're game planning this, like they're not bombing it down the field. They're not setting up these huge play action deep shots or anything like that. And then on defense, they're not, doing anything too fancy or too crazy. They're just trying to, keep things in front of them, play sound, and get back to basics. And that's exactly the way that a team like the Commanders, who the season is essentially over, and you're just trying to, establish a culture, establish a system, establish a base for the 2026 season. And I think tonight, so far, so good. You're up 7-6. You should probably have more than that, quite frankly. But
if it wasn't for a dumb Marcus Mariota.
Yeah, we got the classic Mariota panic play. But it's been fine in this game. I don't think the Broncos have played particularly well, and I don't think the Commanders have played stellarly. But who was expecting the Commanders to come in and just dominate this game, right? No. I feel like this is about as good as we could have expected it to start for the Commanders, outside, of course, of the turnover. But we'll see. Right now the Commanders are in a position to potentially try and upset a 9-2 football team, and that would certainly send shockwaves across the NFL. And I think a lot of people would think that would mean the Broncos are exposed as frauds, which would be kind of fun to see. Shotgun here for Nix on 2nd down and 3. Pressure, nothing there initially. He has to roll out to his right. Throws. It's too low. Incomplete. Tried to go to Ingram. How many times is he trying to go to Ingram in this game, and it's been a bad throw?
Literally skipped to him.
I mean, they've been trying to get the ball to Ingram tonight, and it just hasn't worked. I think they're 0-3 on attempts to Ingram. He's pretty consistently open, but it's a little check flat, a little chip flat. He was wide open, and Nix just gave the Commanders a gift. Just skipped it. I mean, Bo Nix is not a good quarterback, guys. He's a bottom.
I'm sorry.
He's a bottom half of the league quarterback. I'm sorry, guys. He can still get better, but that's where he is. Shotgun here for Nix, looking. Now he's stepping up. He just dumps it off. It's caught. Check down option. Why are we playing zone coverage behind the sticks?
Doesn't make
sense.
Why?
Please tell me why we're doing that. Bad defensive play calling by Dan Quinn there. 1st down and 10. Close to the 50. They still have their timeout. About 1:30 to go in the first half. Shotgun Nix takes the snap. He's going to try and step up, try to escape. Now he's going to dirt it. Pressure got to him. Be 2nd down and 10. Clock stops with 1:29 left to go in the half.
You'd really like the Broncos to get no points out of this drive.
Yeah, that would be great. If the Commanders can go into the locker room with a lead, that would feel positive.
Especially getting the ball back at half. I mean, that'd be perfect.
Shotgun here. For Nix, takes the snap. He's going to throw over the middle, check down, caught. Finally, Ingram makes a catch, and it's going to be a big one. 14 yards, playing very soft zone coverage are the Commanders, and give up 14 on that one, and now they might be in field goal range.
Lutz certainly does have a leg.
Now they're at the 38. Shotgun Nix takes the snap. He's looking for the quick option. He throws the in. It's caught by Sutton. First catch for him on the day. He gets to the 35. First down, Broncos. Clock continues to tick. Broncos still have their timeout. They're not going to use it here. Going to go tempo. And now Nix takes the snap. He's looking. He's going to throw underneath. Caught by Ingram. And once again, a decent run after. He's going to get about 7 yards. And now the Broncos will use their timeout.
Good 2-minute drill.
So, hey, man, at this point, you're open for a turnover or stopping them to a field goal. Because if you stop them to a field goal, you can respond with a field goal out of the half and retake the lead.
Obviously, you can get a touchdown, too.
Yeah.
But, even just don't get a touchdown, especially in a 2-minute drill.
Bobby Wagner still looking slow. Tell me what's new. God, man, looking at the AFC playoff picture, it's like, oh yeah, New England, Denver, Jacksonville sitting at 8-4. I mean, who would have thought that?
Chargers, Colts.
And then you got the lowly AFC North with the Ravens at 6-6 and Steelers at 6-6. Empty formation here on 2nd down and 3. Nix takes the snap, tries to go flat. It is caught by Ingram. Once again, Ingram just keeps getting targeted. First down, Broncos inside the red zone now.
Maybe Peyton knows that, Ingram's going to have a mismatch because of these linebackers.
Well, I think Will Harris was on him that time.
Oh, well, yeah. Even then.
34 seconds left to go in the half. A turnover would be sublime. Giving up a field goal to go down 2 at the half would be fine. Shotgun here for Nix. Condensed bunch out to the left. Takes the snap. He's looking. He's going to go to his check down option. It's caught by McLaughlin. And a huge hit by Mike Samerstill on the outside.
Attaboy, Mikey.
Heat-seeking missile there. Hell of a play by Zero. And Frozone, the little guy. Little guy hitting. I love my little guys hitting there, Ponzi. Oh, you got it out.
Step up and make a tackle.
Sorry, that was not McLaughlin. That's number 28 and that is Tyler Beatty. It's their number 3 running back. Might have just had a welcome to the NFL moment there. So now just outside the 10-yard line at the 11. 2nd down and 10 for Nix. Takes the snap. He's looking towards the end zone. Now he has to step up, and he's got to throw it while getting down. What a throw by Bo Nix. Touchdown, Cortland Sutton.
Let's see if that knee was down.
Nix was falling down as he threw that, and it was right on the money. It wasn't even terrible coverage by Will Harris. But it's going to be caught for a touchdown. I don't think his knee was down. This should stand. That's a big 2-minute drill touchdown for the Broncos.
No, I don't think so, yeah.
No, he got that off, and
that's just an incredible throw.
It's a hell of a throw. I mean, he can't make the easy, at the goal line kind of, gimmies, but he makes that throw.
What a weird quarterback.
It's a hell of a throw by Bo Nix, and it's going to lead to a 13-7, probably halftime score. Commanders do have a couple timeouts, so maybe they try something down the field, but Honestly, with this game within striking distance heading into the half, I don't know.
Do anything stupid.
I don't know if you try anything stupid here. With the Broncos offense finally breaks through with their first touchdown of the game.
Just incredible throw. Incredible play.
If we want to look at the team stats again, I'm sure that drive definitely helped out the way that they're looking.
Yeah.
But, both offenses, I think, moving the football pretty decently. They've had the ball for a pretty similar amount of time overall. Pretty even split. Pretty evenly played football game to this point, but, whereas the Broncos have no turnovers, the Commanders gave up a turnover and took points off the board for them, right?
I mean, literally in the Broncos' red zone.
Just goes to show you how big turnovers are in the National Football League, man. And this Commanders defense doesn't create any. I think that's a big difference from this year's defense and last. And it's not like last year's defense was like a turnover-creating machine, but like Dante Fowler in particular would make some really big plays, get some big-time strip sacks and that sort of stuff. And you just haven't had those kinds of big plays from the Commanders defense this year by and large. But Commanders back down by 6. We'll see if they try and do anything here. I will say if they can find a way to get a field goal, being down by 3 is a lot better than being down by 6.
Yeah.
But you only have 23 seconds. You do have 2 timeouts though. So like if you get a couple decent chunks, you call both of those timeouts. You give Jake Moody a chance at a long field goal. And listen, man, Jake Moody is part of the evaluation process here too, Ponzi, where you're evaluating Moody as a potential long-term kicker option for the rest of the season. You got to give him opportunities to kick deep. So at this point, man, if you're the Commanders, I understand, like, if you're really trying to win this game, maybe you just take a knee. But, like, this season's over, guys. It is. So, like, what do we have to lose by trying and getting a nice 2-minute drill
the Commanders could be eliminated today.
Yeah, they could literally be mathematically eliminated from an NFC playoff if they lose. Now, they're not going to make the playoffs no matter what, guys. They could win out and still miss the playoffs.
My point.
Like, you got nothing to lose, all right? You've got Terry McLaurin back. Let's see if they can do something, if they can put something together here. And let's see if we can give Jake Moody a chance at a long field goal. Kick is away. And it's going to be fielded right at the goal line by Debo. Takes it out, trying to find a crease. He does find one. He breaks a couple tackles, gets to the 36-yard line. Now, I think he fumbled. I think the ball came out. Oh, no. Who's got it? Broncos trying to indicate that they have it. But there's only one player doing that. I think the Commanders have the ball back, but we'll see. Well, this might be a 3-point swing here. It is back with the Commanders.
Oh.
Thank God. But Debo, man, you got to hold on to the ball, man.
Nice return, but still.
And now you only have 16 seconds. So you have probably 2 downfield pass attempts to try and get into Jake Moody field goal range. Did the ball come out? That's the question. Yeah, it definitely did. Ball definitely came out.
Jeremy McNichols.
I think Jeremy McNichols was the one that picked it up. Thank God.
Talking about 3-point swing at least.
Yeah, I mean, they would have been in position to get another field goal if they would have got that. So they're just going to go into victory formation here and take this into half. I disagree with the decision there. I don't think there's anything left to lose this season, to be quite honest with you. And I would have liked to see Jake Moody with a chance at a long kick. But it is what it is. We go into half. 13-7 is the score. And my halftime kind of synopsis for you guys is pretty simple. They played okay. It's a pretty well matched up game to this point, but as we've seen with this Commanders team, sometimes they can be competitive at half and then completely fall apart in the second half. So we'll see what ends up happening. The Broncos are a really good fourth quarter team, so I would say it's important for the Commanders to have a really strong third quarter, and in order to have a strong third quarter, having a really strong first drive in that third quarter is going to be huge. But yeah, man, giving up that touchdown on a 2-minute drive, not ideal. Giving up a lot of yards today already. I mean, you're on track to give up almost 400 yards of offense at the end of it. So just got to play better on defense, give up less yardage, get them off the field more. On offense, I think you just got to finish drives a little bit better. I think that's where we're at, man. All right, Ponzi. Well, I'll have you take over while I go use the bathroom here. A little bathroom break at halftime. I'll be back shortly here, folks. Ponzi's going to have you guys covered. Give away a free raffle entry, by the way. We didn't give one away for when we got to 100 likes. So type those me's. Ponzi's going to have you covered for a little bit here. I'll be back before the start of the second half.
All right. Let me just get this all good. Just generic way in real quick. Hold up. Let me get the right one that I want. There we go, guys. Grade the half. A, B, C, D, or F. If I had to grade it, probably C. I think that there's a lot to be desirable there. Of course, the Marcus Mariota pick, not the best, but I will say this is a very good Broncos team. So I mean, nothing to be disappointed with in keeping it a one-score game, getting the ball back. Big dreams. The Commanders do get the ball back at halftime. While you're getting those me's in there, get this me party started here. But I think that within how bad this football team has played at times, definitely an improvement. I think that if I had to give a perfect, effort against this Broncos team, this would be pretty close. Obviously you want to score and stop them all the time, but given in the realm of possibility, getting some stops on defense, looking decent on offense, driving it down the field, of course having the turnover to Marcus Mariota, but I mean, a really good drive from Mariota at the end to get that touchdown, and no, not at the end, but that last drive, and then Chris Rodriguez putting it in. I think that this Commanders team has looked really bad at sometimes, and to get this good of an effort, pretty commendable for how bad they have played. I'm going to go ahead and give this raffle entry to Mark Anderson. So congratulations. Well, actually, I think I already gave you one. We'll go with Winchester then. Rennell Winchester. So you are in the raffle. And while we wait for Sperry to come back, let's talk about some football games, shall we? Of course, earlier today, the game that we were referring to with the Bears, now having the 1 seed in the NFC, is the Rams and Panthers. The Panthers kind of shocked the world and beat the Rams. I mean, it is crazy. It is crazy to say that, the Rams, the number 1 seed, the team that I had them ranked as my best team in all of the NFL. And they lost to the Panthers. And, the Panthers are a lot like the definition of up and down, because they'll have some really good games. Obviously against the Cowboys, against the Rams, but then they'll just have some stinkers. Like this team lost to the Saints, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, this team lost to the Saints 17-7, and they beat the number 1 seed in the NFC. Well, now the number, whatever, is 2 seed. But then, another upset, Texans over the Colts. I think that, Daniel Jones was definitely playing injured. But, I mean, it's crazy to say that defense has kept them alive in the season and single-handedly, fueled that team. I think that the Texans could be a threat for the AFC South. I think they don't have any more games against the Colts left. But, I mean, Jacksonville, I think, is right now the division lead, which is crazy. The 49ers won pretty much convincingly over Shedeur Sanders and the Browns. Dolphins won. Really crazy play to get that too. It was Saints. It was Saints had a chance to tie with a 2-point conversion. Minka Fitzpatrick took it all the way back, and I mean, crazy play. But Saints showed a lot of effort there. Falcons Jets 24-27. The Jets won. I wouldn't say that was more of an upset, but I mean it is because they're both bad. But I mean, Falcons, man, you gotta feel for them. They don't have their first round pick. It's maybe a top 10 pick. Michael Penix is out for the season. Drake London still has a pretty significant injury, and then you just lost to the Jets. So, Cardinals Buccaneers, that was a close one. Buccaneers escaped with it. They've been pretty injury, but I believe they did get Chris Godwin back. Jaguars over Titans, pretty easy. Seahawks over the Vikings, and that was not a fun game at all. Then, of course, have the late window here with Bills winning pretty convincingly over the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers did go out of that game for a little bit, but then came back in. Of course, he came back from his fractured left wrist, which he was out for last week. And then Raiders, Chargers, Brock Bowers, 2-touchdown performance. But, I mean, that Raiders team stinks. Chargers win. Justin Herbert is the main storyline coming out of that game. Has a broken bone in his left hand and is getting surgery tomorrow. So that's huge in the AFC, of course. I mean, he is the entire Chargers team. And, I mean, it sucks because they've dealt with so much injuries this season. But, I mean, at one point, you got to think that there might be something cursed with the Chargers. Thomas saying Panthers are pretty good, though. Yeah, but they're just up and down. I mean, you can't tell me that you're among the best whenever you lost to the Saints pretty convincingly. And then, but also you beat the Rams. So, I mean, I don't know what to make of them. If I had to do power rankings, I'd probably put them at 16. Just because I don't know what I'm getting with them. Am I getting a team that could beat the Rams? Or am I getting a team that could lose to the Saints, who suck? Tom Dean saying at least the Buckeyes won yesterday. I mean, you're a fan of Ohio State. Pretty big win. Finally getting one back on the board against Michigan. But looking at the little halftime stats here. Of course, the Broncos have more total yards. Not by too much, but in the time of possession looking pretty good. 3 out of 7 on third down, and then 4 out of 5 for the Commanders. I mean, that's a really good third down conversion rate if you're the Washington Commanders. I mean, you're talking about a team that has been pretty efficient overall on stopping third downs, being one of the best third down defenses in the NFL, and you're converting 4 out of your 5, putting yourself in. It's not like they had short third downs, but they had a third down 11. Marcus Mariota ran for it. I mean, that's what you want. You want to be able to come up in clutch situations against a really good defense. Whitney saying, hail to the Skins Commanders. Appreciate you, Whitney. But, I mean, great effort overall by the Commanders so far. I think that if you look at the two quarterbacks, you can kind of see a similar theme of both of them playing not the best, but decent. Of course, Bo Nix had 24 attempts in that first half, which is kind of crazy. 146 yards. I mean, I would hope that he has more than double the yards of Marcus Mariota with the double of attempts. 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions, quarterback rating of 93.4. Only sacked, only 1 sack in this game, and it was Marcus Mariota getting sacked. Of course, that touchdown pass came before the half ended to give the Broncos the lead, 13-7. But, I mean, great effort overall by this defense. I mean, only allowing 13 in the first half is an accomplishment, but got to be that second half. Got to be that second half. I mean, there's a point where you have to get pressure on the quarterback and you have to, get turnovers, get something, because, Bo Nix is just going to come on and light a fire in the fourth quarter. That's just how he is. Need to pressure the quarterback and win the turnover battle in the second half? Yeah. Even getting one turnover would be huge. Of course, Mariota, 9 out of 13, 72 yards. Interception, really boneheaded one. Once again, I don't know how he does it. The broken play, and he spins around, dances around the pocket, and dances around, and then just throws a pick. 360, not looking or something like that. It's just crazy. Because, he did that against the Cowboys with the Deron Bland pick six. But, you can't panic like that. You're a veteran, I think Marcus Mariota is a capable backup and could be a capable starter in this league, still as a veteran. But it's moments like that where this is why he was never a full-time star QB, because he does panic. He panics and he just does stuff that he's not supposed to do. And if you're going to be a good quarterback in this league, you're going to have to deliver under pressure. But, we're just about started the second half here. But, like I said, overall, not a bad first half at all. If I had to grade it, probably a C. But I think that's a lot better than some of the grades we have given some other first halves in the past here. Tom saying we are missing the deep ball as well. Yeah. Renell saying he's good at getting the ball off fast, though. Yeah. His time to throw is pretty good. I think, he knows that he has to get that ball out in rhythm on time. And, we were talking about this earlier. Wherever Cliff Kingsbury goes, there's a good chance Marcus Mariota goes too. If Cliff does get a head coaching job to be that bridge quarterback. Because, he knows how to run this offense. So, I think we're just about to get ready from half here. You ready to come back, Sperry?
Yeah. All right, folks, we're back. Obviously, coming up here, second half, 13-7 is the score. Commanders still have, every opportunity to go win this game outside of one really boneheaded decision for Marcus Mariota. It's been a really even ball game here, and you can make an argument this game should very easily be 13-10. But right now, we're looking at a game here where the Commanders will have the ball. They're down 6. They have a chance to retake the lead if they can get a touchdown. They can cut it to just 3 if they can get a field goal. It feels like the Commanders definitely, not maybe need, but, it would certainly be nice to at least score some points here. And really, I think that's the expectation heading into this half because the offense was moving the ball really well there. Now, obviously, Vance Joseph, the Broncos defensive coordinator, is going to make some adjustments. We'll see what those look like here. But also the Commanders can make some adjustments as well. And they're certainly within striking distance to see if they can pull off an upset here and shock the NFL world. The Rams and a 9-2 Rams team went down today on the road. Let's see if the 9-2 Broncos go down on the road here on Sunday Night Football. The kick is away. It's fielded by Debo at the 3. Makes one man miss. He's trying to find a lane. He makes another man miss, and he's going to try and run another guy over. He gets to around the 28-yard line. Decent return for Debo, and that is where Mariota and the Commanders' offense will retake over. Shout out to the 400 Commanders fans watching live around the world here tonight. I appreciate each and every one of you guys' support and your dedication to this football team. Not everybody is here. Well, it's easy to show up to the watch parties and be a part of this fan community here when we're playing great and the wins are coming in and playoffs are on the horizon like they were last year. It's another to still be in it, when things aren't going so great. So I appreciate each and every one of you. First play of the second half is a handoff to Chris Rodriguez Jr. Some decent push from the Commanders. They'll get about 5 or 6 on the first down carry. Decent start to the second half here for the Commanders offense. Second down and 4. Now in shotgun, Mariota, they'll send Lane in motion play action. Mariota's got time. He throws down the field. It is caught by Zach Ertz on the out route. It is caught. Or I think that was actually a crosser there from Ertz. Very nice stuff. Nice hands catch. Nice throw from Mariota. Big gain. First down, Commanders, all the way down to the 48-yard line. Commanders once again moving the football. I mean, guys, this is actually, it was a corner route. That's a nice little circus route there from the slot from Ertz. And now they get a Bronco player off sides here. Just chuck it deep, Mariota. He throws it down to Zach Ertz. He's going to pick up another first down. He cuts it inside. He'll pick up 12 into Bronco territory now, and that's going to be offsides on Denver, and that will be declined. And Commanders will pick up a 12-yard gain there on a free play. We'll take that, folks. We'll take that. Zach Ertz having a nice game tonight. 7 catches for 75 yards for Ertz. The only guy with 2 catches or more tonight other than Ertz is Debo, who has 2 for 9 yards. Shotgun here for Mariota. Takes the snap. He will go read option and pull it. Nobody's there to guard him. He's got a blocker in front of him. Gets all the way down to the 20 as he gets rolled out of bounds here. Hopefully he's okay. It looks like he's a little slow to get up. I think he's fine. But this time on the read option, good stuff from Mariota. And a nice block from Traylon Burks on the outside. And then Ben Sinnott is out there to lay a nice block as well. Another big gain for the Commanders. And, I mean, this offense has been moving the ball pretty consistently all game against, arguably the league's best defense this year. They continue that. Now they're in the red zone. Now they send Burks in motion. Pistol formation for Mariota. He hands it off to Rodriguez. Not much push there. He will get minimal gain. Second down and 10 coming up. Now they go empty here with 4 receivers lined up to the right now. Now they're going to go screen. Nice play design by Cliff Kingsbury. Unfortunately, it doesn't go anywhere. McNichols brought down. Be third down and 10 coming up. We're going to need some Mariota magic here to keep the prospect of a touchdown alive here. But like I said before the drive, guys, field goal here, you cut it down to 3. You hope that the defense can get a stop. A field goal isn't the end of the world here. You just got to try and stay in the ball game. But obviously touchdown is what you have your eye on. Third down and 9 is the official designation here. And now play action. Mariota looking, throwing middle, low, caught. First down, Commanders. Down to the 3-yard line. Terry McLaurin. It's good to have Scary Terry back in the lineup, man. He's already made some nice catches today. It's his second one of the day. And now the Commanders will have first down and goal. Big time pickup there. Nice poise from Mariota in the pocket. It's a kind of a tighter window. Throws it low on purpose to preserve McLaurin. He might have gotten lit up if he would have kept that upright. So nice play by Mariota. Now they go Wildcat with Debo at quarterback. He'll take the snap. He's going to try and run forward, but there's literally 0 push up front. Loses 2 yards. I mean, very consistently losing the line of scrimmage battle today are the Commanders. They need to win this game through the passing game, plain and simply. Like this defensive front for the Broncos, it's one of the best in football for a reason, and they're taking the Commanders' lunch money up front today. So now second down and goal. Shotgun Mariota, 3 receiver set. Play action. Mariota looking in the end zone. Incomplete. Tried to go to McLaurin. It was one-on-one coverage with Surtain. It looked like it hit McLaurin's hands, but it was really tight coverage. Would have been a tough catch. 3rd down and goal coming up. Keep McLaurin out there. Keep McLaurin out there. Got to have that threat. Don't hate the decision from Mariota getting backside. It was just thrown a little bit behind him. If this is perfectly thrown, it's probably a touchdown, but it was a little high and a little inside to McLaurin, and now it's 3rd down and goal. Don't want to settle for a field goal here, but if you don't get any yardage here, I think they might. Shotgun, trips left, takes the snap. Mariota looking. He's going to go end zone. How did he catch it? Traylon Burks with an incredible one-handed catch, and the Commanders are about to retake the lead. Holy cow! Holy Burks with an insane one-handed grab. Really good coverage from Riley Moss. Mariota puts it up where only Burks can get it, and he snatches it with one hand. What an insane catch from Traylon Burks, and the Commanders are about to retake the lead. I mean, if you try, he's one of those guys, man, that is, making his case to get another contract with the Commanders next year. That is an insane play by Traylon Burks. One of the best plays any Commanders player on this team has had all year. That might be the best play of the season for the Washington Commanders. Yeah, get that requested for a short. Yeah, great. That's phenomenal stuff from Traylon Burks, man. Type those 13s in the chat. Type those 13s in the chat for Traylon Burks. Former first-round pick. He's had some of those crazy catches in his career already, Ponzi. He just has a tough time staying on the field. But hey, man, if you want to make a case to be on this team, to get back on this team next year, he's going to be a free agent next year. That is an incredible catch. Incredible stuff.
I mean, so good of a catch that I forgot to turn my caps lock off requesting it. But, I mean, this is a guy that also, broke his finger or, had Carter's finger cut off or something like that.
Yeah, he had to get surgery on his finger.
It was just crazy. And he's coming back already. I mean, if he can...
That has to be one of the catches of the year.
Yeah, come on.
Dude, completely blanketed, just reaches up, snatches it, and brings it to his body. I mean, that is one of the most athletic, most difficult catches you are going to see this season out of anybody.
And what a ball by Mariota, too.
Yeah, that's a great throw by Mariota. It's good coverage by Riley Moss, who's had a good game today. But wow, what a catch by Traylon Burks. Well, now we're seeing, the passing game. And this is what we're kind of – I know the Commanders only have 14 points, but this is kind of like the flow that we're used to seeing from the Commanders. Getting the ball to a bunch of different people, running the football pretty effectively. They've already run the ball for 100 yards in this ball game. So they're doing a pretty decent job on the ground today. And, they're running. Mariota is dealing pretty much. I mean, outside of the turnover, which was a big mistake, you're getting Terry McLaurin involved a little bit. Zach Ertz has had a hell of a football game today with 75 yards on 7 catches, averaging over a first down per catch. And now you're up 1 point, and they're literally showing the Odell catch here. And by the way, the same number 13, on Sunday Night Football in the NFC East. I mean, that is. I mean. I think that's even more impressive than the Odell catch because he's blanketed. He's covered. Odell at least was open when he made that catch.
I mean, he did get interfered with.
Yeah, that should have been DPI. But that is an insane catch, man. It's probably that's got to win catch of the year, right?
I mean,
if there was a catch of the year award in the National Football League, you got to think that's got to be at the top of the list. That was unbelievable.
And that was his first touchdown catch, or touchdown.
Yeah, first touchdown. Since 2022. So good for Traylon Burks, man. Kick is away. It's fielded at the 4-yard line. Let's see if that puts a spark into the Commanders' defense here so that they can get a stop. Mims takes it to the 27 or 28, and that's where the Broncos will take over for their first drive here in the second half. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. We're going to have you guys covered with extensive Commanders coverage all throughout the rest of this season. And, of course, next offseason is going to be pretty freaking big, man. Brandon Ayuk might be signing with the Commanders. You're going to try and make some moves, and, there's going to be moves coming this offseason, guys. We're going to be covering it all here on the Commanders Report. And I will say, one of Bo Nix's better qualities is he's actually pretty good outside of structure. I think a lot of people thought he was an in-structure guy coming into the league. No, man, he's pretty good off-platform thrower, all that different stuff. It's going to be a toss play, and it's on the outside, gets maybe 2 yards. McLaughlin does. So all I got to say, man, is good for Treylon Burks. That young man has gone through a lot of difficult stuff over the last several years. The pick the pick that the Titans used on him was the one that they got for A.J. Brown. He was expected to be his replacement in Tennessee. And, he's played okay in Washington. I won't say he's played, phenomenal or anything like that, but that was just a little flash of the potential that a guy like Treylon Burks brings to the table. Now in pistol, play action. Now rolling out to the right is Bo Nix. He's going to look to throw on the run. It's off target this time, incomplete. Tried to go to number 13 of the Broncos. That is Pat Bryant, the rookie out of Illinois. Third down and long, man. Opportunity to get off the field with the lead. And Treylon Burks is already on the oxygen machine. It's like, come on, dog. You get the wind taken out of you or something? It's not like you were running that hard. I guess. And here we go, shotgun opportunity for the Commanders to get off the field. Let's see if they do. Takes a snap, pressure. Now stepping up. Now there goes Bo Nix. No contain from the Commanders. First down. Broncos gets down to the 41-yard line. Man, that's a missed opportunity right there, man. Had a chance to get off the field. 3rd down and 8. You send pressure. There theoretically shouldn't be any rush lanes for Nix to exploit. Unfortunately, it looks like Reeves and Will Harris went down the same rush lane. One of those two needs to go up the middle. They just left it wide open, and Bo Nix picks up the first down. That's just poor execution. And I think that's on Will Harris, who obviously hasn't played in a while. But, there's no excuse. If you're on the field, you're expected to live up to the standard that this organization sets. They go jet sweep here to Marvin Mims. He can fly on the outside. Got a couple blockers in front of him. He'll get about 9 yards. Decent play there from Sean Payton. Be 2nd down and short coming up after it's a successful jet sweep. Now they put Nix under center. Got 3 receivers out to the right. Now they go toss play. Now they go reverse. Then back to Nix. This is a trick play. He's going to find the flat and incomplete. Good defense there. Commanders not fooled, and Bobby Wagner was right there to contest the throw to Harvey on the check down. It'll be 3rd down and 1. Commanders need another impact play here to get off the field.
Too cute for the Broncos offense.
And honestly, I think this is 4-down territory here for Denver. I don't think they would, unless there's a big sack that takes them out of 4th and manageable. I think that the Commanders might have to hold up for 2 more. Now they go pony formation, 2 running backs on either side of Nix. Play action. Now he's rolling out to the right. It looks like he might be trying to get himself. I don't think he can get there. Goes across his body, and it is caught. Flag on the play. Could this be a legal man downfield maybe? Pat Bryant on the catch. Nix with an insane twisting throw, cross body to find Pat Bryant. Did they hit Nix after the play was over? Well, let's see what this flag is. This could be huge. I think they're pointing in the direction of the Commanders. Let's see what they want. See what they got. Pass interference on the offense. They're going to decline that, and there was holding on the offense. So that's obviously a 10-yard penalty. That's huge, man, because now you go from first down, new set of downs in Commanders territory, to 10 yards backwards, and you got to replay the down. So it's going to be a very critical 3rd and 11 situation here for the Broncos, and another opportunity to get off the field, potentially not even giving up this lead. They're now back on their own side of the field at their own 40-yard line. So a stop here means that you don't give up any points. Shotgun here for Nix. Takes the snap. He's looking. He's got time. All the time in the world in the pocket. Then launches down the field, and it's caught. Wide open. Cortland Sutton makes the catch. First down, Broncos in Commanders territory. That was your opportunity, Ponzi, and that was your chance. You have them 3rd and very long on their side of the field, and you just can't get pressure. Jacob Martin completely stonewalled. You drop 8 in the coverage there, and you still leave a guy wide open. So now they're down at the 29-yard line of the Commanders. Quick throw for Nix, caught by Ingram. It'll be a gain of 4. Mike Samersjoe with another decent hit there. Now 2nd down and 6. Under center is Nix. Condensed formation here. Nobody out wide for the Broncos. Everybody close to the line. It's going to be handoff here, and McLaughlin trying to find a spot. Nowhere there, and he's going to get no gain. 3rd down and 6 coming up. Another opportunity. And, hey, man, if you just get out of this, field goal for the Broncos, field goal back, you take the lead. Very much within striking distance. A field goal here is fine. Obviously, you would have loved to get him off the field in that 3rd and 11 situation, but I'll take it over giving up another touchdown any day of the week. Third and 5 is the official designation. Got shotgun for Nix. Trips right. Takes the snap. Only 3 men rushing. Throws a quick slant. It's caught, and there he goes. Pat Bryant to the 10, to the 5, down to the 4-yard line. And now the Broncos are going to be 1st and goal. Who was in coverage here? I think it was Jonathan Jones in coverage. Did they switch? No, they didn't. He tried to undercut it. It was a little rub route from the Broncos. They knew that the Commanders were in man coverage. They ran a rub route. Jonathan Jones tried to undercut it to try and make a play, and it allowed Pat Bryant to get open and move upfield. Now they're at the 4-yard line. Under center, another condensed formation indicating run. They will hand it off to Harvey. Good push up front. It's going to be close to the goal line. They're going to say he's down at the 1 inch. Commanders, or the Broncos, I should say, inches away from retaking the lead in this ball game, trading yet another touchdown with the Commanders. Commanders and Broncos have traded touchdowns on the last 2 drives outside of the kneel-down possession. Actually, no, 3 drives, because Commanders scored touchdown, then the Broncos scored one, then the Commanders scored one, and now the Broncos might be getting 4th straight drive capped off with a touchdown. It's going to be I formation, handoff Harvey. He gets enough of a push, touchdown Broncos. Commanders defense gives up 2 straight touchdown drives. They had multiple opportunities to get off the field on this drive. Couldn't capitalize on any of them. So looks like we might be getting into a little bit of a pissing match here on offense here in the second half. Commanders' offense has looked good today against the Broncos' defense, but how long can they really keep this up is the question. Broncos' defense, one of the better teams in the league. in pretty much every single category. How much can Marcus Mariota, Cliff Kingsbury, Terry McLaurin, Zach Ertz keep up the good mojo on the offensive side of the ball? We'll find out later into this show. Well, if you guys want this awesome Commanders hoodie, it's on sale right now for Cyber Monday, but a little bit early. 35% off when you use code CYBER60 at chatsports.com/salute25. Don't think you're going to get a better price on a brand new Salute to Service Commanders hoodie anywhere else this holiday season than you are right now. This code is only good for the rest of the day, so you guys can go to CYBER60, or you guys can go to chatsports.com/salute25 and use code CYBER60 for 35% off. It's Salute to Service Commanders hoodie. Fantastic deal, guys. Part of the proceeds go back to us here at the Commanders Reports. If you want to help out the channel and you want to get this hoodie for yourself or somebody that you love for Christmas, it's a great gift. 35% off right now when you go to chatsports.com/salute25 and use code CYBER60. Now, right now, we've been kind of in the same spot for a little while now, guys. We're at $124 in Super Chat revenue. If we can get about $75 more, right? Is that right? About $75 more in Super Chats. We'll be about there. We need $76 in Super Chats to donate, or to raffle off, I should say, the Commanders Salute to Service hat. And we have a number of people that have raffle tickets right now, but they don't mean anything unless we get to $200. So if you guys want to get in on the raffle today, want to help us get to that $200 mark, $5 gets you into the raffle, $10 gets you 3 raffle tickets, $20 gets you 10 tickets. In any Super Chat, $10 or more, I'm doing pickle juice shots. So if you guys want to make me drink pickle juice shots, if you want to help us to get to 200, I greatly appreciate your guys' support. And, of course, make sure you click that subscribe button, because every 50 subscribers we add on today's show, we're giving away a free raffle entry on every 100 likes. And right now we are just 21 likes away from giving away a free raffle entry. So if you guys want Commanders videos every single day, make sure you guys click that subscribe button. We try to give you guys the most extensive Commanders coverage anywhere here on YouTube. And let's see how the Commanders offense responds here, Ponzi. I think the offense has been really good today. They've really held their own, and they've kept this team in the ball game with the defense giving up, touchdowns on their last 2 drives. But eventually defense going to need to get a stop, and the offense is going to have to continue to keep answering the bell here. Got about 4 minutes left in the third quarter as Lutz boots this away. It's going to be fielded by Debo inside the 5. Now he's going to try and make a cut inside, and he's going to get to around the 30-yard line, just past it even, 31-yard line. Decent return from Debo. He's done a decent job today back there returning kicks. Now let's see what Mariota and this offense can do for yet another drive. It's been 4 straight non-victory formation drives that have ended in touchdowns for these 2 ball clubs. See if Mariota and the Commanders can keep that parade going. Shotgun here, condensed formation for Washington. They'll send Jalen Lane on an orbit motion. Mariota looking. Great misdirection by Cliff. He gets it to the running back, Jeremy McNichols. Unfortunately, the blocking isn't there for him, and no gain. Very interesting. I like that design there. That's the type of stuff, Ponzi, that you see Ben Johnson doing. You send somebody in an orbit motion one way, then you have a screen for somebody else on the other side. Those are the type of plays that I really like, and that's the type of offense I want here in Washington. Unfortunately, just not executed at a very high level. 2nd down and 10 now. Another condensed formation. Mariota in shotgun. He sees something in the coverage. He makes a check. Now 5 seconds to go on the play clock. Takes the snap, play action. He's going to gear up down the field. It is caught. That is Terry McLaurin again, and it's a gain of around 15. First down, Commanders. God, it's good to have Terry McLaurin back in the lineup, Ponzi. 3 catches, 38 yards. You've felt the impact on all 3 of his catches today. And a nice catch there, knowing that he was likely going to be taking a hit. Now, once again, they go heavier here. under center in a condensed formation. They send Terry out in motion. They hand it off here, and this is McNichols. He makes a couple men miss, gets to the outside, and he's going to pick up about 7 here. First down, or not first down. Second down coming up for the Commanders, but a good gain on first. Now, once again, condensed formation from Cliff, from pistol. He's going to send a man in motion. Ben Sinnott. He will hand it off now to McNichols, who will get 1 yard. They only gave him 5 yards on that first run. Did he step out of bounds? I thought he got more than 5, but he gets another one here. It'll be third down and manageable. Third down and 4. Now there's a injured Bronco on the field. I wasn't going to say anything, but I was thinking before this drive, hey, it's been a pretty injury-free ball game to this point. Commanders have been pretty unscathed in the injury department here.
Knock on wood there.
Yeah, knock on wood there for sure.
I mean, it's been one of those seasons for the Commanders, obviously. But, I mean, hell of an effort tonight.
Yeah, they've fought tonight for sure. Like, This gives me the Kansas City Chiefs game vibes, or that they stay in it for as long as they do, but then eventually it breaks down. We'll see if it ends up breaking down here. You got to move the chains here on third down and 4 coming up.
McNichols has looked nice.
Yeah. McNichols is a good player, man. He actually might be the best running back on the team right now. I think Bill Krosky-Merritt has more upside down the road, and I think another off season for him working with this coaching staff will do him a lot of good. But C-Rod, obviously got in for a touchdown today. Decent average today as well with 4.1 yards per carry for C-Rod. So honestly, I think the running backs today have played pretty decently. Even Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, just 3 carries today, but he has 19 yards. That's an average of 6.3. That's pretty darn good. And then Mariota has even added 31 yards of his own on the ground. But, really, the big guy so far has been Zach Ertz. They're going to him a lot. Really, he's been a big part of this Commanders offense the last 2 years. Ends up getting 75 yards on the day today, averaging a first down a catch, all that great stuff.
And Traylon Burks with the catch of the year.
Catch of the year, for sure for the Commanders, but maybe for the entire league. The Odell catch, while blanketed, is something you just don't see very often. We saw it today, man. That was a hell of a catch. And then it's nice to have Terry McLaurin back in the lineup,
really
man.
Has opened up this offense.
Really is, man. I think it's really opened up the offense. The offense today is really doing a good job, in my opinion. Outside of the interception that Marcus Mariota threw in the red zone.
I mean, there's only one penalty against the offense.
Yeah, it's a very clean game today. I think that the Commanders have come in with a pretty decent game plan.
That's the second touchdown of his career. I didn't even know that.
That's hilarious, man.
Odell got interfered with too.
Yeah, and Odell, I would say, and then Odell, and then Odell had the comment on it on Twitter. So that was cool to see, man. I still think Odell's catch is probably more impressive because he had to bend like backwards to make that catch. And it was more clean of a one-hander than Burks's was, but
yeah,
it's a hell of a catch, man. Third down and 4, big play here. Trips right. Mariota's going to take the snap, and now they're going to call Laramie Tunsil for false starting.
Yeah, he's been doing that all night.
Yeah. There's been a couple of instances where I was like, are they going to call it? And they haven't. And
I've been kind of, like Jawan Taylor when he was doing that.
Yeah, and I think probably the Broncos coaches were making the refs well aware that Tunsil was very consistently leaving early. Finally got caught there.
Third down and 3 or third down and 4 goes to third down and 9. Not good.
Yep. Well, we've seen them convert on these third and line situations tonight. Let's see if they do it again. Shotgun Mariota. Now time's starting to run out. He's going to throw it down the field. He overshoots his man, incomplete. Mariota got hit. and it's 4th down and 9, the Commanders will punt, and you're going to, at this point, you're really asking the Commanders defense to get a stop. Big drive coming up. If the Broncos even get a field goal here, it's a 2-possession game, and I don't think that's where the Commanders want to be. But that was, I feel like that was another kind of panic situation from Mariota there, Ponzi, where he's pretty lucky a safety wasn't just waiting to pick that ball off there.
Yeah. Pretty fortunate that he overthrew it.
Now Tressway boots this away, and they're going to let this bounce. It almost hits a Bronco player. Very close, but it's going to be downed at the 14. So a long field here for Denver, but pressure's on the Commanders' defense coming up here, Ponzi, because if you give up a field goal, you're down 6, you go down 9, and you have to score twice before, it's a 2-score deficit. Yeah. And that's not where you want to be. You want to stay within striking distance, and unfortunately for the Commanders, the Broncos are a really good fourth-quarter team. They're one of the best fourth-quarter teams in the league on both sides of the ball. And, you're going to be going into the fourth quarter here unless there's a really quick turnaround or a really quick turnover. Broncos are going to, have the ball in the fourth quarter on this drive with a chance to pull away. And if they do pull away and they go up 2 scores, that means, you're going to have to throw the ball. You're going to have to really use Terry McLaurin a lot. You're going to have to open up and expand the offense. And you're going to have to trust Marcus Mariota not to panic. We've already seen him do it twice today.
Yeah. I mean, in structure, Marcus Mariota is really capable. He's really good.
Yeah, very good backup. Very good backup. But I think, those panic moments are the difference between him and a guy like Jaden Daniels, who Jaden usually does a really good job, staying cool under pressure that way when things aren't going well. Mariota does fine in spurts, specifically as a rusher. When things break down and he goes and runs, he can be pretty darn effective. But when he tries to do those last-second throws, the panic throws, it's pretty ugly, man. It really is.
Yeah. Mariota is a tight ends guy. And yeah, Zach Ertz is the leading receiver today.
Yeah, he loves his tight ends, no doubt about that. He has more than double. He has more than double the amount of catches than anybody else. Terry McLaurin has 3 catches on 6 targets for 38 yards. So, not the Terry McLaurin stat line that we're used to seeing, where he's putting up over 100 pretty regularly, putting up all-pro caliber numbers. But, who knows? They might be opening things up here come the fourth quarter. But, Traylon Burks, only 1 catch today. Only got 1 target. So Burks isn't getting a ton of opportunities, but he certainly made the most of his 1 opportunity. That's for damn sure.
That's how you stay on the field. Big catches like that. Of course, time possession battle. Commanders winning it right now, but...
Yeah, but, the Commanders are, right there.
Yeah, I know. It feels like...
They really are.
Right there.
The Commanders are right there in terms of total yardage. They've been better than the Broncos have been on 3rd down today. They're less penalized. They're winning the turnover battle, so they're staying with it here. But,
clean game, though.
On this drive, you got to get a stop, in my opinion. You do not want to go down 2 scores against what has been, one of the better fourth quarter teams in the league. So we got 583 people watching live. Thank you to everybody who's watching the show. Make sure you click that subscribe button if you want to join us for all of our Commanders content this year. I formation, handoff to Harvey, not going anywhere. Good run defense from the Commanders. Jeremy Reeves getting in there to make a tackle. 2nd down and 9 or 10 coming up. I'm guessing it looks like they gave him a yard, but I think that's generous. Well, Seasano says he wants to bring back Darnell Savage. He was a healthy scratch today. I can't say the Commanders think that they want to bring him back. And Drake Jackson, we haven't even seen him play. Now, here we go. Nick's going to be rolling out to his right. He's going to throw down the field. Did he catch it? He did. 1st down. Pat Bryant, Quan Martin in coverage. Bo Nix has had his best throws of the day, Ponzi, today, outside the pocket and off platform. This is the latest example, rolling out to his right, and that will end the 3rd quarter. We got 1 more quarter in Landover. Commanders down by 6, but they got to get a stop on this drive, it feels like, to really feel like they're still in it. Yeah, man, I think we've all known for a while now this team is heading towards a pretty hard reset, at least a retooling this offseason. They don't have a lot of draft capital. They've got a lot of aging veterans that they're probably going to phase out. My guess is the Commanders are probably maybe the most likely team in the entire NFL to trade down in the first round of the draft next year, just so they can get some additional draft capital. And they might even trade down a couple times to get some more picks. Like I'm serious, man. I think they're going to take that pretty seriously, trying to trade down, get some more picks, inject this team with some more youth to complement Jaden Daniels. And that doesn't mean they don't bring in any veterans. I think that, honestly, Brandon Ayuk is likely to be coming to the Commanders next year, whether we as Commanders fans think that's a good idea or not. I can certainly understand, Ponzi, why people would not want to bring in Brandon Ayuk. I would understand that. He's kind of a volatile personality. He's coming off a major knee injury, so how much are you really willing to
knee reconstruction
to invest in him? My guess is he's going to have to take a prove-it deal on his next contract, and maybe the Commanders sign him to a multi-year deal, but they only guarantee the first year. Maybe that's the way that
I think
it
that
goes.
Within how this, let's put it bluntly, it was a divorce from the 49ers. Like, pretty much, it was very messy. It's been very messy. There's reports that, Brandon Ayuk really rubbed out his, not rubbed, but like,
my gosh, Ponzi.
My bad.
Rubbed out? Are you
rubbed
kidding?
49ers officials the wrong way. I mean, that's what I meant to say.
Oh, my God.
I just try to say
There's no
too
way.
fast.
There's no way.
My bad.
There's no way, dude. He rubbed out the refs, dude?
My bad.
Oh, my goodness.
But, it's just one of those things where it's like, talent is there, but do you really want to deal with that drama?
And that's going to be the question. How much money does he want? I think he would take a discount to come play with Jaden Daniels. I think he really wants to play with JD. I think JD really wants to play with him again. Listen, man, Dan Quinn and Adam Peters, they're going to do what the star quarterback wants. They just will. So as long as it just doesn't make sense from a financial standpoint, and the Commanders have a lot of money, it just almost feels like a foregone conclusion to me that Brandon Ayuk will be playing for this team next year to complement Terry McLaurin. Shotgun here, pony formation for Nix. He's throwing a quick little hitch route, nothing much doing. Maybe a gain of 2. More like a gain of 1, though, to Sutton. Be second down.
Been quiet tonight.
Yeah, Medieval Mac, $5 super chat says, who do you think will win the NFC East? Well, right now, the Eagles still have, the mathematical advantage, obviously, but they have looked really bad last 2 games, and the Cowboys are red hot, super hot fire, man. Their defense has turned a corner. Their offense is obviously phenomenal with George Pickens lighting up the league. I said it a couple weeks ago, watch out for the Cowboys. I think they might get it done. Here we go, step up here for Bo Nix. It's thrown behind and incomplete. Tried to go down the field to Pat Bryant. It was thrown low and behind him at the logo, and now the Commanders have an opportunity to get off the field with another 3rd and long situation. Type those 3s. Type those 3s if you want to get off the field here. Let's go, Commanders. Come on, baby. Come on, get after Nix. They haven't had much of a pass rush today. I'd like to see Nix get pressured one time. Let's go. 3rd down and 8. Shotgun Nix trips left, takes the snap. He's looking. Still looking. Now he has to throw over the middle, and it's intercepted right to Bobby Wagner. Interception. I mean, what was he looking at? Bo Nix threw it right to Bobby Wagner. There was no Broncos player even in the area. He just threw it over the middle of the field, and it just goes right to Bobby Wagner. What was Bo Nix thinking? Type those INTs in the chat.
Old man Bobby Wagner with the 2nd pick. of the year.
I mean, he threw that right in the chest of Bobby Wagner. How do you not see him? They're just playing basic zone coverage.
Bo Nix,
It's
fourth
just-
quarter Bo Nix is a lie?
I mean, we talk about Marcus Mariota, panic throws. That was one of the more boneheaded decisions I've seen from any quarterback in the league this season.
Top 10 quarterback, by the way.
And now Mariota and the Commanders have the ball at the 36-yard line on the Broncos side of the field. Mariota goes under center. I formation. McLaurin out there. Play action. Mariota steps up. Now he's going to throw middle of the field. Caught Zach Ertz again. It's going to be a 15-yard gain. First. No, not Zach Ertz. That's Colson Yankoff. I saw the 80, and I was like, that's got to be Ertz, but it was Colson Yankoff with the catch. Good for Colson getting in there, man. All right, man, we've got some mo. We've got some momentum now. Bobby Wagner. Old man Wagner gets the easy interception. Off or I formation here, first down and 10. Play action again. Mariota trips and has to just throw it away. No, he got it back. So it looked like Bill Krosky. No, never mind. Mariota just tripped on his own feet and just kind of classic Mariota fashion, just threw it away. We're talking about Yankoffs. We're talking about rubbing one out over here, Ponzi. Like, it's just crazy work here on the Commanders report.
Crazy.
Shotgun, play action, quick screen out to the flat to John Bates, who will only get about 1 or 2. Don't love that concept from Cliff Kingsbury, if I'm being honest. It'll be third down and pretty long. Listen, man, field goal, still right within striking distance, but, you get a gift in that turnover there from Bo Nix, and you don't capitalize here, and you go 3 and out, that's going to feel – well, I guess it's not 3 and out. They did get a first down, but to only finish with a field goal there would be disappointing. So shotgun here for Mariota. They go empty. 3-by-2, 3 to the right, 2 to the left. Takes the snap. Mariota looking to the right. Now he's going to launch down the field to McLaurin. He gets held, and he's not going to get called. Mariota overshot him a bit, but he was being contacted by Pat Surtain, probably in a legal way, honestly. About as legal as you can touch a receiver 5+ yards down the line of scrimmage, but tried to go slot fade. It looked like shock. Mariota just wanted to throw it up there and trust McLaurin, but honestly, that ball was not going to be caught by Terry McLaurin. That was overshot, and now we see Jake Moody, the new kicker, his first field goal attempt for the Commanders. It's a 38-yarder to make this a 3-point ball game. Snap, hold, up, and it's curving, but it is good. Jake Moody makes it a 3-point ball game. There's still 12 and a half minutes to go in this game. Commanders will still have some pressure on them defensively next drive, but not as much. They can give up a field goal here and still be within striking distance. Just can't give up a touchdown on this next drive. All right, for the last time here on today's show, guys, this is your last opportunity to get 35% off of the Salute to Service Commanders sweatshirt this year. You can go chatsports.com/salute25. Use code CYBER60 to get 35% off. You're not going to find a better deal than that anywhere else, guys, this holiday season. So whether you want to get it for yourself or you want to get it for somebody that you love, it's a great opportunity. Go chatsports.com/salute25. Use code CYBER60 for 35% off. It helps out the channel because we get part of the proceeds as well when you use our link. So go chatsports.com/salute25. Use code CYBER60 for 35% off. And right now, we are $72? $71 away from giving away a Salute to Service hat in a raffle at the end of the game. We are into the fourth quarter here, guys. So if you want to lock in the raffle for everybody that has raffle tickets, feel free to send in a donation. You can also help us get closer to the raffle by purchasing raffle tickets. So $5 donations, you get a hat raffle ticket. $10, you get 3 raffle tickets. $20, you get 10. Oh, man. All right. Well, obviously this Commanders offense isn't everything it could be, or it doesn't feel like it could be. It's everything that it could be.
I feel like with Jaden Daniels.
And when Jaden Daniels gets back as soon as next week, it sounds like, against the Minnesota Vikings, and you're either going to be going up against J.J. McCarthy or Max Brosmer.
Give me the Commanders.
In Minnesota. I mean, honestly, that's a game the Commanders could potentially win. I know it's tough to play on the road in the National Football League, but hey, the defense has been far from perfect these last two games against the Broncos and Dolphins respectively. But like, they're not getting completely destroyed. They are making some stops. They are making some plays. They have improved since Dan Quinn has taken over play calling duties. And now they have an opportunity to get another stop here and give the Commanders offense and Mariota a chance to go down the field and go win this game and get a massive upset.
Yeah,
if you listen, man, if you thought the Carolina Panthers upsetting, the Rams today, was a big upset, this would be a huge upset. I mean, the Broncos are 9-2.
And for reference, the Commanders have only allowed 20 points or less. Like,
not that many times.
If I had to guess, 2 times?
Maybe
3 times.
3 times this year. And most of them were earlier on in the season against bad football teams like the Raiders and the Giants. All right, 3-point ball game. We are back in Landover. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button, and we are back. Kick is away. It's not a great kick from Moody. It's fielded at like the 11, and Mims is going to get to the 29. Decent return. That's where the Broncos take over. And the focus for the Commanders on this drive, guys, is to not give up a touchdown. If you give up a touchdown, you're down 10 points. It's going to take more time off the clock as well. You just can't take giving up a touchdown here. You can give up a field goal. Obviously, you prefer to get them off the field with no points. Maybe get another turnover would be great. I think they have the replacement ref in right now. The umpire for this game is on the sideline right now.
Second ref injury we've had this year.
Pony formation here with 2 running backs, one on either side. One of them's Mims, actually. Takes the snap. They're going to go screen out to Mims. And a decent play there. That's Jordan McGee out in space, making a blocker miss and then making the tackle. Just a few yard gain there. Actually, no, I think that was Jacob Martin out there. Impressive. Tango Moose is saying, should JD be back this year? He should be. If it's not next week, I think it would be the week after that. Jaden wants to play, man. He wants to be out there with his teammates. His teammates want him out there. And if he's 100%, I completely condone it. And I think he will be 100%. So, 2nd down and 8 here. Empty formation for Bo Nix, looking for a quick throw on the outside, and it's going to be closed down quickly by Jonathan Jones. It is caught by Bryant. It'll be 3rd down and short here coming up, about 3rd down and 3. And, I mean, the Commanders are just playing their corners like 10 yards off. Now, Jones did a good job to trigger down there on the hitch and almost, got there in time to knock it away. But here we go, 3rd down and 3. Impact play gets the Broncos off the field. Let's go. Shotgun Nix, he'll take the snap. He's got time in the pocket. Now he's trying to find an escape lane, trying to go up the middle. He's not there, and Frankie Louvu absolutely decks him. 4th down. Commanders getting the football back. Let's go, baby. Defense stepping up here in the 4th quarter. Love to see it. Coverage held up on the back end, and it took a little while for that pressure to get to Nix. But there was only so many areas where he could have gone, and Frankie Louvu eventually looped around the edge and ran right into Nix, and he dropped the ball too. He got right back on it. But it's going to be a 3-and-out for the Broncos. Commanders will get the ball right back with a chance to tie or take the lead. Now the punt is away. And Jalen Lane will let it bounce out of bounds at around the 25 or so, maybe a little bit in front of that. We'll see where they mark it. Actually, it looks like they're going to be putting it closer to the 30. So big-time play there. Finally get Bo Nix on the ground. And the Commanders have the football. Let's go, man.
That's what we love to see.
That's what we love to see, man. We're looking forward to seeing what the Commanders can do here. And, there's always going to be those fans that, if we win this game, they're going to be like, ugh.
Take position.
Worst draft position. It's like, dude, take a win. Just enjoy a win after 6 straight losses.
Yeah, I will say
if you can get this win, and the Commanders, man, you've shown a lot of fight in this game. You're going up against a 9-2 football team. The Broncos might not be like the most complete team in the league or the best team in the league, in my opinion. I think they're a little bit fraudulent for a team of their record.
I mean, aren't they the number 1 seed in the AFC, though?
Do the
Patriots?
No, Patriots are the number 1 seed right now because they've played one more game. But, if you take this team down, man, you're taking down a legitimately good team at this point in the season. It really just goes to show you how important Terry McLaurin is to this offense because, you look at Terry's stat line today, 3 for 38, no touchdowns. It doesn't look like that big of an impact. But
it's getting other guys open.
But, he's drawing the respect of the Denver Broncos, right? It's opening up that intermediate level of the field for guys like Zach Ertz today and Colson Yankoff.
Pat Surtain's on Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, exactly.
That opens up everything.
And that opens up everything for this Commanders offense. I mean, when Terry's playing, it's just a different product. It just is. And you're going up against one of the best defenses in the league. I mean, maybe not the best. Maybe Houston has the best defense in the league this year. But Broncos are in the top 3.
Situationally, they're one of the best.
Yeah, and they've got incredible third down defense. You're moving the chains very consistently today. I'm really proud of the way that this Commanders team has come out today, and they've fought. They really have. They've been better on third downs today. They've been less penalized. They've now evened the turnover score here. And they've possessed the ball for longer than the Broncos have, and they're just getting the football. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from Washington today. At this point, obviously, you don't really think of it big picture-wise as are we making the playoffs anymore. You're thinking it more as,
let's get some momentum.
What is this culture looking like? Is this a winning culture that, is worth our salt heading into 2026? And, this is the kind of game where, hey, I predicted the Commanders to win. Remember this, all right? I think I picked 27-24, something like that. Looks like it could end
31-23.
Pretty similar to something like that. Commanders will start in pistol, hand off to Chris Rodriguez. He's going to fight forward for about 5 or 6. That's a successful run on first for Washington. Now 2nd down and 4. Terry McLaurin in the game now. Kind of a condensed formation. 2 receivers out wide on either side. Shotgun Mariota. It's going to be read option. He's going to take it. He finds a little bit of a crease. Takes a pop. He's going to pick up about 2 yards. Got to watch out for Mariota. You don't want Josh Johnson in this ball game here. And potentially next week we could be looking at a potential return for Jaden Daniels. Commanders have pretty much made abundantly clear they're going to wait till he's 100% cleared for contact before they bring him back, which is the smart move. But now it's 3rd down and 2. Got to move the chains here if you want to keep a scoring drive possibility alive. Shotgun for Mariota. Take the snap. He's looking for a quick option. He's going to throw this fade incomplete to Debo. Looking for a flag. He's not going to get it. Overshot him. 4th down and 2. I think the Commanders are going to punt. I think that's the right move. Don't risk giving Denver the ball with this field position. Make them go down the field. They haven't been able to do it all quarter. Defense is playing well. Yeah, if anything, that's a pass interference on Debo. Mariota just overshot him. Obviously no separation because it's Debo. Kicks away from Way. And it's going to be fair caught at the 20. I think moving forward, Ponzi, Deebo Samuel still still a worthwhile player, but he's not somebody that you can count on to be your number 2. I think he's more of a gadget number 3 moving forward. And listen, man, if he's willing to take a lower level contract to come back to the Commanders and be paired up with Terry McLaurin and then a legit number 2 like Brandon Ayuk, that could be a very fun wide receiver trio next year. And if you have Traylon Burks back as like a fourth guy,
a rotational guy,
there's you still got Jalen Lane on a rookie contract. You hope that he takes a step forward. Luke McCaffrey will be back. That's a wide receiver room I can get behind.
Not
next
this
year.
One where even if Terry McLaurin went down, let's say next year with that wide receiver room, I feel okay.
Yeah,
It's not the best thing in the world, but I think just getting more weapons around Jaden Daniels. I mean, it's just going to be super important because,
And honestly, I feel like if this team and their stars relatively stayed healthy this year, like if Jaden wasn't out for the lengths of time that he's been out, if Terry didn't miss the lengths of time that he missed,
stayed healthy,
if the defense, especially along the trenches, could stay healthy, I think that this season would have turned out a bit differently. Like maybe this team would still be, like 500, a middling team. I don't think they would have been lighting the world on fire like they kind of were last year. But losing Jaden Daniels for as much as you lost him this year, Terry McLaurin, Debo for a couple games this year, losing Dietrich Wise and Austin Eckler and Dorrance Armstrong, who was having a hell of a season, Trey Amos, losing him for the season. There's just so many big injuries that the Commanders suffered this year where, yes, I think that, and we've covered this on the show before, Ponzi, I do think Adam Peters and Dan Quinn got a little comfortable, and they're like, all right, this team made the NFC Championship game. Let's bring back all the older players
and get some more veterans.
And let's get some more veterans. And it's like, no, man, you had to upgrade, sure, but you had to also get younger at the same time and build alongside Jaden Daniels, and they didn't do that, which created a roster that wasn't
up to snuff.
Well, wasn't conducive of handling the injuries that they suffered this year. And to be fair, most NFL teams, if they lose their starting quarterback, if they lose their number 1 receiver, if they lose their number 2 receiver at times in the season, if they lose their number 3 receiver, by the way, Noah Brown is still out. Haven't seen him since the Packer game.
I think it's IR window.
If they lose both of their starting edge rushers, if they lose their best cover corner, it's going to be ugly for those teams, right? So, I don't think any team in the NFL was built to sustain the injuries that the Commanders took at the very key spots that they took them at. But, hey, we got a chance to take down a 9-2 football team on Sunday Night Football here, guys, so let's savor it. Here we go, 1st down and 10 run. Great push by the Broncos offensive line. He picks up 15 yards on the 1st down carry. McLaughlin. And once again, the focus here, Ponzi, is to get a stop of some kind, whether that's a turnover, whether that's forcing a punt, whether that's a field goal. You just can't let them get into the end zone and go up 2 scores with the amount of time left on the clock. Under center here, condensed formation for Nix. Play action, roll out to the right. Nix looking deep, nothing there. Now he's going to get contacted, and he has to throw it away. Incomplete. Good job by Nix just to get it away and save the play just for an incompletion. Would have been a big sack if the Commanders could have got home. Now, I think a big difference here in the 4th quarter, Ponzi, is that you're actually getting pressure on Bo Nix. You're getting some interior pressure. Got Preston Smith in his grill. You got Javon Kinlaw in his grill, too. Frankie Louvu's making an impact as a rusher here in the 4th. Now it's 2nd down and 10. All right, pistol formation with a fullback to Bo Nix's right. Takes the snap, hands it off. This is Harvey trying to break it outside. And great job by the Commanders, who are able to bring him down. Nice fight by Harvey to get 2 yards when it very easily could have been no gain. But it'll be 3rd down and long coming up. Come on. If you want the ball back, if you want to win this ball game, type those 3s. Let's go. Let's get the football back. They take Harvey off the field. 3rd down and 8. Big play in this ball game. Shotgun Nix. 3-receiver set. He'll take the snap. Nix looking. He will throw short. It is caught by the fullback who will pick up the 1st down and then some. He picks up about 12 or 13 yards. The fullback of all people. That's unacceptable, man. Who's on him? Who's responsible for him? It's 3rd and long. What are we doing? Now the Broncos can take more time off the clock. Better believe this 1st down play is probably going to be a run. Offset I formation. They will hand it off to Harvey. He will go nowhere. Parked behind the line of scrimmage. Loss of 1. Good job by Bobby Wagner. And it looks like that is Jordan McGee, the 2 linebackers combining on the tackle. Good job by those 2. Lord Buddy Bear says, fullback, that's still a thing? By the way, the fullback was the running back on the play. They didn't even have a real running back out there for 3rd and long, and they just get it to the fullback, and he picks up the 1st down and then some. They go empty here on 2nd down and 10 for Nix. He takes the snap. He's looking, rolling right. He's trying to gear up. Nothing there. He has to dirt it. Incomplete. Another opportunity here for the Commanders to get off the field in a 3rd and long situation. Clock stops with 5 minutes and 42 seconds left to go. Type those threes. Let's go, man. Let's get off the field. Master Trog typing those threes. Whitney typing her stop. We got I'm Just Alec typing those threes. Come on, man. Empty for Nix. Takes the snap. He's looking. Pressure getting up in the middle. Now he's going to dump it off. Got to make a tackle. Ingram can't get there. It'll be 4th down and about 5, I'd say. Interesting call here by Sean Payton. It would be a gutsy move to go for this. Technically 4th down and 4. They're going to take the Broncos offense off the field, and they will punt. Commanders get their big stop, and once again the Commanders will have a chance to tie or take the lead.
Shout out to this Commanders defense, man. Keeping them in the game.
Keeping them in the game, man. Dan Quinn going to the headset has really made a difference. It really has. These last 2 games. Now the kick is away. And now it's going to be at the goal line. Oh, I don't know. Are they going to give him touchback? Yes, they're going to give him touchback. Touchback is the call on the field, right?
Yeah. No. Down at the 1.
Oh, never mind. They called timeout. Not I got my signals mixed up. Jalen Lane is trying to say review this. They're saying that they downed this at the 1-yard line. Oh, did he? Oh, he's touching it.
He touched the white.
He touched the white. He touched the white. I want to thank the Peacock Network for your cameras. Real ones, no. Real ones, no. Chat Sports, real ones, no. Replay assist comes in to help. It is a touchback. The Commanders will take over at the 20. All they need is a field goal to tie. Touchdown takes the lead. You got plenty of time. 4 minutes and 42 seconds left. And listen, man, Ponzi, all I really cared about at the beginning of this game, I just wanted, the Commanders to be competitive and for them to have a shot at the end to win it.
And we do.
And this is exactly where we're at right now. It's the Commanders' offense's second time in the fourth quarter here to tie or take the lead. If they're unsuccessful on this drive, that will be very disappointing because you've had 2 chances to tie or take the lead. You can't get it done. But this offense, man, has been pretty darn productive today. They've moved the ball well. I think Cliff's called a good game. They have over 114 yards rushing total as a team. They've distributed it pretty evenly. And, receiving-wise, Zach Ertz has had a great game. I think this is the point in the game where you pay Terry McLaurin to win you ball games, right? So I think Terry's got to be involved here on this last drive. If you want to get Debo involved, get him involved in some sort of Debo play, whether it's an orbit or a screen or something like that. Because get him going on a crosser. Those kinds of stuff is what Debo does best. So let's see what Marcus can do. He only has 150 yards passing on the day. 1 touchdown, 1 pick. He's 18 of 27. It's not terrible, but it's not stellar either, I would say.
I definitely think that if he didn't have that boneheaded pick, probably tie game.
Oh, man. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Sub for Commanders Dubs. We got about 780 people watching live. We appreciate all of your guys' support. We got over 200 likes on today's show. And, we're within striking distance here, Ponzi, of the first Commanders victory in 2 months. Over 2 months at this point.
Well, it's going to be about 2 months. I think that game was played in October.
Yeah, something like that. But
yeah, you get the
man. Next week is a big one on Sunday Night Football. The Texans can all but end the Kansas City Chiefs' season next week. That's got
Texas games.
It's got some really, really big implications next week. That one's going to be fun. Offset I formation here. Play action rollout to the right is Mariota. He's going to throw down the field. It's caught. First down. That is Terry McLaurin. Big gain. Down the sideline. He steps out of bounds. First down. Commanders. All the way down to the 36-yard line. Raises his total to 54 yards on the day. McLaurin on Surtain. He fell down, actually, and still got open. Kind of fortunate there, but first down and 10 now from your own 36. Pistol formation. Handoff is to Bill Krosky-Merritt. He gets maybe a yard. Not a ton of push from the Commanders' O-line today. They've honestly gotten their butt whooped all day long. And Terry's back on the sideline here. He's definitely on a pitch count, but you got to pick and choose your moments to get him out there on the field. Shotgun here for Mariota, takes the snap, play action, pressure in his face, trying to spin out of it, and he doesn't. He gets back up. The play's still live. He's still going, and he's going to pick up about 7 yards on the scamper. We're going to see if he was downed. I think he tripped, and the question is, did anybody get a hand on him? They're going to the line of scrimmage quickly here. Let's see real quickly. Did he get touched? I don't know. And they do throw the challenge flag. Sean Payton throws the challenge flag here. Because this is obviously a big play, right, Ponzi? Because if it's a sack, it's a big loss. It's going to be 3rd and forever instead of a 3rd and 2. Let's see if he got touched. I don't see a touch there. Did he touch him there? I don't know.
I really don't know.
Did he get touched anywhere else? I don't think so. 91 just stands around him. Heads up play by Mariota to get up and keep running. Did 92 touch him there? I don't know. And I don't think so. 51 just stands around.
Well, he tripped out the knee. Does that count as a touch?
If he touches any part of the body, it's going to be brought back.
Well, even then, he stuck his leg out. Should have been a tripping, if that's what they're going to call it.
Yeah, replay assist. They've already got it back. It's going to be a sack, 3rd and 21. So we're going to need a remarkable play here to keep this drive alive. The play clock goes back to 4 minutes and 9 seconds. Commanders do have all 3 of their timeouts and the 2-minute warning. Clock has now been started as we get to 4 minutes left in this game. If you're Washington, you want to just get this play done and over with so you can punt it and you can, do your best to try and get a stop and get another chance at it. Shotgun Mariota takes the snap. He's looking downfield. Nothing there. Now he's going to launch down the field, and it's kind of dropped. Oh, my goodness. What a throw by Mariota to Zach Ertz. He gave him an opportunity. Looked like they played cover 2. Ertz got past the middle field defender, Singleton. He had it in his hands, and Singleton knocked it out. What a play by Singleton at the end to knock it out of Ertz's hands because he had the catch. And it was just punched out. Great timing from the linebacker and team captain there in Denver because that would have been a game-changing play right there, Ponzi. Hell of a throw by Mariota.
Singleton, isn't this his first game back too?
It might be. Just a hell of a play by the Denver Broncos defense. Now you got to ask this Commanders defense to just get you one more stop. Kicks away. It's fielded at the 20. Plenty of room for Mims to work, and he's going to get to the 28 or so. 3 minutes and 31 seconds left to go.
2-minute warning, too.
Still have the 2-minute warning and all 3 timeouts if you're the Commanders.
And, going back to that sack off the trip, he clearly stuck his leg out.
No, you can't call a penalty on that after the fact, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Can't add penalties.
Expedited review, I feel like you should call penalties like that. Like, I feel like that's what that's there for. I mean, it's just...
I feel like if that happens, then there's people are going to want penalties called on every single play.
I mean, that's fair, but, like, for fouls like tripping, face mask...
Where it's very obvious.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, this Commanders defense has shown up today. They're going to have to stand up one more time to give Mariota and the Commanders a third chance to tie or take the lead. With just 3 minutes and 31 seconds left, the Commanders have all 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. So Denver would have to pick up a couple first downs to straight up end it on this drive, but maybe just a couple first downs will be good enough to get it done. Broncos will start in the offset I formation with just one receiver on the field. It's going to be bully ball football the rest of the way here, folks. Handoff is to McLaurin. He's not going to get far. Eddie Goldman's there for the tackle, no gain. Looks like the Commanders are going to take him right now. Try to give yourself as much time as possible. Time over timeouts. Yeah, I think Singleton had surgery like 3 weeks ago or something, and he's playing tonight. Had that big pass breakup. Yeah. So, really remarkable story for Alex Singleton. 2nd down and 10. Sub 4 Commanders dubs. If you guys want to join us for all of our watch parties this year, this is where we're going to be breaking down the games with you guys. Over 900 people watching live. I know not all of you guys are subscribed, so if you want to win this game, help the Commanders win here, clicking that thumbs up icon and clicking that subscribe button. All right, man, 2nd down and 10. At what point do they try and throw this with Bo Nix? That's going to be the question. With the way Bo's played this quarter, I don't think it's going to be this play. Maybe on 3rd down. No, they go play action here, roll out to the right. They're going to dump it off into the flat for McLaurin. Good tackle by Jones. It'll be 3rd down and manageable coming up. Clock will continue to tick. Let's see if the Commanders use a timeout. They do. They stop the clock at 3 minutes and 12 seconds to go. If you can't get a stop here and they get a first down, the clock will stop at 2 minutes and the Commanders have another timeout. But if you do get the ball back, you're not going to have a lot of time and you will have no timeouts to get a field goal to tie up the ball game and probably a long field to have to go down as well. So this is a ginormous play in this ball game, because even if it's 4th down and 1, they're in their side of the field, Ponzi. I don't think they can go for it if it's even 4th down and 1. So you just got to get them down in front of the sticks. It would be a ballsy move to go for it on 4th and 1 for them. So the priority has to be the sticks. And listen, man, even if the Commanders lose this game, it's like, really good culture building win, in my opinion. You definitely came out ready to play today, went toe-to-toe with, one of the top teams in the AFC conference, legit playoff team this year, nearly pulled off a victory. Obviously, it sucks that you don't get the win, but if anything, these are the kinds of losses that you can take. Now, Bo Nix has to call timeout with the play clock winding down. He's trying to make some changes at the line. and he has to use one of Denver's 3 timeouts. But it all comes down to this, man. And if you lose this game, it's another loss in the tally and another, a loss that goes towards your draft positioning, right? You win the games that you can, and then, you want to, if you're going to lose games down the stretch, these are the kinds of games that you want to lose. Culture-building wins where both sides of the ball play pretty decently. You go toe-to-toe with a really good football team on a big stage in front of a national audience. You get some of your dignity back after getting shellacked on national television a number of times this year. And obviously, you would love to come away with a win. That'd be great too. But, right now, I kind of feel like the Commanders are playing with house money where, you can take a positive out of any outcome in this game. They go empty for Bo Nix. Spread them out. Trips left. Actually, quads left. Takes the snap. Nix looking. Throws middle. Incomplete. Tried to go to Cortland Sutton. No flags on the field. Clock will stop with 3:09 left to go, and the Commanders will get one more chance at it, folks. The Commanders will get one more chance, and Bo Nix, who has been one of the better fourth-quarter quarterbacks in the league, has been pretty putrid here in the fourth quarter, Ponzi.
Best fourth-quarter quarterback, though.
So Commanders have a chance to tie or take the lead. We saw this team go to overtime in Madrid. Unfortunately, they lost that game against the Dolphins. But they got a lot of time to go down the field and score a touchdown even. And they have a timeout and the 2-minute warning. Kicks away. Fielded by Jalen Lane at the 15 and brought down immediately. Great punt coverage from Denver. So you're going to have to go 85 yards in 3 minutes with one timeout and a 2-minute warning if you want to win this game. If you want to tie this game, you just got to get into Broncos territory. And Jake Moody, who has got a history of missing kicks, by the way. He's got a good leg, but he's been pretty –
He did?
But he did seal the game in the stadium when we played the Bears. Keep that in mind. Jake Moody was the Bears kicker when they beat us, and he kicked the game-winning field goal there. So let's see what they do. Chris Rodriguez Jr. is out there. I would put Jeremy McNichols out there. Why do we have Chris out there right now? Goes shotgun with Mariota. 3-receiver set. Takes the snap. Steps up, throws down the field, and it is hooked by Surtain. Traylon Burks almost made another phenomenal catch, but it falls to the turf incomplete. I mean, that's probably not the matchup I would pick there, Ponzi. Pat Surtain versus Traylon Burks, and he did not get a good break out of that release there. And he almost caught it. 2nd down and 10, shotgun trips left here for Washington. Got to get something here. Mariota will take the snap. Pressure getting there. Now he's going to roll out to the right. He's got some room to run. He's going to try and pick up the first down. He does. It's going to be a gain of 11, first down Commanders. Mariota showing off the legs. And I believe that will now make Mariota the leading rusher in the game, 45 yards on 8 carries. Big part of the reason why the Commanders have 126 yards rushing in this ballgame. First down and 10. Once again, spreading things out. Shotgun Mariota. McLaurin at the top of the screen. Takes the snap. Now he's going to throw down the field to Burks, and he's almost made another one-handed catch, but it's incomplete. Trying to throw up those 50-50 balls to Burks. It's not working out on first down. It's 2nd down and 10. Still got a lot of time here. But I got to say, man, I know he made an incredible catch earlier, but shouldn't we prioritize getting the ball to Terry McLaurin here or Zach Ertz, who's got 7 catches today? I don't think Burks should be our first option on these. Shotgun for Mariota. He'll take the snap. Pressure's getting there now. He launches down the field. Way overshoots McLaurin. Oh, my goodness. Mariota's had some bad overthrows in this game, man. I got to say, now it's 3rd down and 10. He got 2 plays to move the chains. 38 seconds to the 2-minute warning. Mariota's had some bad overthrows here. 3rd down and 10. Takes the snap from shotgun. They send a kind of pressure. Throws over the middle. Caught close to 1st down yardage. This is probably going to be marked just short. Zach Ertz gets it to 4th down and inches. And this will be the ball game. Mariota will take his time getting his boys to the line of scrimmage. I mean, this is the game. You got to make sure you get it. Takes the snap. Hands it off. Up the middle. 1st down, Commanders. That should take this game to the 2-minute warning with a new set of downs for Washington. Jeremy McNichols was able to pick up the 1st down. So another nail-biter for this Broncos team. This is a team that has won a lot of close games this year. This defense is obviously excellent.
Cardiac Commanders coming back.
But, this defense for the Commanders today, it looks like they're going to finish this game giving up only 20 points and not giving up any in the 4th quarter.
Which is very impressive.
So, listen, man, you got to give your props to Dan Quinn, this defensive coaching staff. I mean, this is a very limited Commanders defensive roster right now. You don't have a lot of your best players. No Marshawn Lattimore, out for season. No Trey Amos, out for the season. No Dorrance Armstrong, out for the season. No Dietrich Wise, out for the season. You got some liabilities out there, frankly. Quan Martin, all right, they've kind of covered him up a little bit. This might be one of Quan's better games this year just because they're not really throwing in his direction. I think the Commanders have done a good job kind of playing him in a role where he can, not make too much of a negative impact on the ball game. And, Bobby Wagner has played one of his better games of the season this year, in my opinion.
Incredible reaction to Bo Nix throwing it right to him.
Yeah, exactly. But,
That'll boost his PFF grade. He'll be the best linebacker again.
But, listen, man, credit where credit's due. I think Dan Quinn has done a hell of a job with this Commanders defense these last 2 games with some of the liabilities and some of the deficiencies that they have talent-wise. We saw it last year with this Commanders defense, man. This was not a very talented group. They definitely overswung. What was that? What they outkicked the coverage? Is that the saying?
Yes.
They kind of outkicked their coverage last year in terms of the defensive side of the ball because they were expected to be one of the worst defenses in the league, and they came out and they were below average, but they were okay. But these last 2 weeks, man, the defense has kind of come back a little bit. You can feel the offense coming back a little bit as well.
I mean,
Mariota is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. He'll make panic plays. He'll overthrow guys, that sort of stuff. And certainly when Jaden gets back, I think that we can, kind of start to get a little bit back to normal in terms of what we see from this Commanders team. Because remember, man, this is a Commanders team that started the year 3-2 and they were mostly healthy, and then they just had an onslaught of injuries after that, and it was just
injury after injury.
At that point, it was just done, right? So. Obviously this season hasn't gone the way that Commanders fans that we have wanted it to go, but we look forward to the future. And this is the type of win that builds culture, man. It builds that belief inside the locker room, in the head coach, in the leadership, all that different stuff. So let's see if they can pull it off, man. Kind of playing with house money here, as far as I'm concerned. Shotgun trips right for Washington, 1st down and 10 from their own 37. Takes the snap. Mariota surveying. He's going to throw over the middle. Almost got intercepted, but it goes into the hands of Zach Ertz at midfield. 1st down. Clock continues to tick. Just barely fit that in past a linebacker over the middle who tried to deflect that. He could not. And now 1st down and 10, 2-by-2 formation. Takes the snap. He's looking. Now, is there a flag? False start? False start on the Commanders. It's going to be a 5-yard penalty. And it'll be a 10-second runoff. It's the kind of shit you just can't have, man. And Jake Moody has certainly had his ups and downs in his NFL career, to say the least. Just ask a Niners fan. But he's got a big leg. He's a draft pick for a reason. I think he was, a 4th-round pick, something like that? They drafted him extremely high because of his kick power. Yeah, 3rd-rounder. They're obviously figuring something out here. False start on the offense. It was on Terry McLaurin, the receiver. There's no 10-second runoff, though. Why would Denver use a timeout? Oh. I don't know if I agree with that, man. Was Terry moving? I didn't see him, like, flinch. What's the deal here? Oh, never mind. There was a 10-second runoff. It went from 39 to 29. Oh, now they're bringing it to 131. Because I think that's when they said that the penalty occurred, was at 141 in the game, so that's the 10-second runoff. Clock is moving now. 1st and 15. Shotgun Mariota takes the snap. Will step up, pressure, looking, still looking. Now throws down the field, down the sideline. Nobody's even there, incomplete. Could this be intentional grounding on Mariota? I don't think it will. 2nd down and 15 coming up. And, I mean, these players have been slipping all day. Terry McLaurin slipped on his route. We've seen Traylon Burks slip. We've seen Terry slip a number of times. I don't know if he's wearing the right cleats. And now a flag. They're going to go. And I mean, Terry he fell. That's the guy he was throwing to. Are they going to go intentional grounding here? God, dude, these refs take forever to get this shit figured out. Come on, man. It's 11:30 on the East Coast. People are trying to get to sleep. And they are going to call intentional grounding on Mariota. I disagree with the call because McLaurin is slipping, and that's who he's throwing to. We're seeing the replay right now. Yeah, and he's kind of not in the area. He's not. Yeah, it looks like he's just kind of okay. I like the call better after seeing the replay. McLaurin is clearly not in the area. But then why don't they call the flag when they clearly throw it way out of bounds, out of the back of the end zone? Like they're clearly throwing it away. You're not throwing it to anybody. Why don't they call it then? It's just known as like that's what quarterbacks can do. It's just bullshit. 2nd down and 25. You got to get a chunk back of it here. And now there's another stoppage of play. What are we doing here, refs? Tango, I think that's crazy, man. Tango says we should have drafted Nix over Jaden Daniels. No. Respectfully disagree, my friend. Dude, if the Denver Broncos had Jaden Daniels and he was healthy the entire season, they might be undefeated. I'm not joking. They might be undefeated this year. They'd probably be the best team in the league. Here you go, 2nd down and 25. Shotgun Mariota has to step up. He has to launch it down the field and hope and pray. Someone catches it. Incomplete. Good coverage by Denver. It'll be 3rd down and 25. Tried to go to McLaurin. It just feels like penalties are going to be what kills the Commanders today, man. Got to hope for it, or at least put yourself in position to kick the field goal. But even then, man, like you're going to have to get like 20 yards to even think about trying it. Like I don't like that play there. I would have rather tried and taken something underneath to pick up something there, Ponzi. Well, now you got 2 plays. 3rd down and 25. You got to get a chunk here, no doubt. He slips. The tackle is still alive. Throws. Caught McLaurin. Gets close and gets out of bounds. This might be in field goal range here. What a play by Terry McLaurin. A spinning catch. And a great play by Mariota. Extending the play. Be 4th down. And 6. They're not going to send Moody out. They are going to go for this. And they're going to try and move the chains here. If you move the chains here, you got a legitimate chance at least tying this thing. But I like the call to not kick the field goal because even if you make it from whatever it would be, like they would still have a lot of time and 2 timeouts to go win it. They send pressure. Mariota throws middle. It's caught. Clutch catch from Zach Ertz. First down. Gain of 8. Clock continues to tick. 40 seconds to go. Now Mariota takes the snap. He's going to throw middle. It is caught. Debo gets brought down after an 11-yard gain. Spike this. Clock this. Now the Commanders, somebody calls timeout with 26 seconds. I think it's flag. What is this? Are they going to go hip drop tackle here? I mean, it was a pretty clear hip drop tackle on Debo Samuel. That would be a game-changing call. 12 men on the field on the defense. They're going to decline it, obviously. I don't know, man. First down and 10 Commanders. That's all I know. 26 seconds left. And I would say they are within, attemptable field goal range here for Jake Moody. But listen, man, throw up a 50-50 ball to Treylon Burks. Yeah, very clearly 12 men on the field. Well, one guy was indecisive as to whether or not he should be on the field. Sean Payton can't be happy about that. I think Dan Quinn wants to keep his timeout, so Commanders need to be ready to snap this ball, and they have added some seconds on the clock to 31 seconds left. Still plenty of time here, man. Go get a great win right here, guys. Come on. Go get a great team win right now. Shotgun, bunch formation out to the left. They send Debo in motion out. Takes the snap. Mariota will throw a screen to Debo. He's got some blockers in front. He stays in bounds. And they will fight forward for about a 7-yard gain down to the 20. Definitely makeable field goal range. Somebody uses a timeout. Washington uses its final timeout. Moody practicing on the sideline. At this point, Ponzi, I think you take maybe a couple shots to the end zone. Maybe 2. One. If you get one-on-one opportunities, take them. And yeah, you can use the middle of the field in spike if you need to. You just want to make sure you're getting out of this with overtime. Worst case scenario, you get 0 points. Turnover, missed field goal. Can't have those. Yeah, and the backup long snapper is in. Triner. Jesus. He does have 7 years of pro experience, though, so keep that in mind. So now in the red zone at the 20, shotgun Mariota, 3-receiver set. Got Treylon Burks to the field side on the right, McLaurin to the boundary, all by his lonesome to the left. Mariota takes the snap. He's going to launch down the field. Nobody there. Incomplete. Miscommunication. Somebody ran the wrong route there. Jaden Daniels has come down from the suite down to the field to maybe celebrate with his teammates. We're 20 yards away here. It looked like he tried to go to Jalen Lane, and Lane just ran the wrong route. Or, maybe he's going – Is he going to Ertz there? I have no idea. That's just Mariota's not on the same page there. 3rd down and 3. If you don't get this, you kick the field goal. Takes the snap. Now he's going to look to run. Mariota, get out of bounds, dog. He gets out of bounds. First down, 12 seconds to go. You might have one shot at it. Jesus. Dude, if he was brought in bounds, that's the game. That was a boneheaded decision by Marcus Mariota, dog. And I don't even know if that's the right call. He was contacted well in bounds, but he got out of bounds. First down and 10. I say you take 1, maybe 2 shots to the end zone, and then you kick the field goal. Timeout, Denver. Go out there and empty. Have a play that you like to try and get an opportunity for a one-on-one in the end zone. If it doesn't work, kick the field goal, go to overtime. Man, how lucky is Mariota getting out of bounds before his knee touched inbounds?
I think his shin touched. Like, look how it slides.
No, I think it's still airborne. I disagree with you. All right, man, we got 1,500 people in the chat. Sub for Commanders dubs. This might be the last win we see from this Commanders team all season if they can get it done. They're going to attempt a play with 12 seconds to go. Mariota takes the snap. He's looking, just throwing out of the back of the end zone, incomplete. And listen, man, like that's as much of an intentional grounding as the one that was actually called. Why the, like, I just don't get this rule. What, like, if you are obviously throwing it out of bounds out of the back of the end zone, you're not trying to throw to anybody. It's very clear. There's nobody in the area. Why isn't it a penalty? Makes no sense. Like, they're going again? I mean, why not? You know, fuck it. Just don't make it last 7 seconds, pause. Ponzi says, story of my life. Takes the snap. Mariota throws out of bounds. Like, the only reason why you do that is you just take away time. So, Commanders can't capitalize on the touchdown opportunity. Now, Jake Moody, who was 80% on lead-changing field goal attempts in final 2 minutes. But this isn't a lead-changing field goal attempt. It's a game-tying field goal attempt. So, if Moody misses, the Commanders lose. If Moody makes it, we have extra football for you guys. Free football. And we go to overtime for the second straight game. Should be very makeable, 32-yard attempts. But you have a backup long snapper. Snap is good. Down. It's up. Right down the middle. We are heading to overtime in Landover. 2020. Commanders tie it. Successful final drive there, driving down the field, multiple third down and longs, fourth down conversions, intentional groundings. I mean, this game has been, I mean, people, including me, completely crapped on this game heading into the night, Ponzi. And frankly, there's not a whole lot of implications here. The Broncos probably are going to win the AFC West. The Commanders have pretty much no chance of making the playoffs. It could affect seeding, no question about it, but like, you know, just in terms of playoff implications, there's not a whole lot in this game. So people, I'm guessing a lot of people are not watching this game, but it's a terrific ball game. It really is. We've seen some good situational ball. We've seen, you know, lots of twists and turns, lots of different stuff. It's been a really entertaining game to watch. And listen, man, if the Commanders lose in overtime for the second straight game and they're highly competitive for the second straight game in a row, listen, man, I'm not going to be too upset with this. You know, you get a better draft position, right? But, you know, these are the types of games where you want to see the Commanders be competitive and not just lose, you know, get dominated week in and week out. Playing with house money as far as I'm concerned, Ponzi.
I think as long as the Marcus Mariota does not throw a pick first pass.
Yeah, first play, Marcus Mariota pick 6, we can go home, get a better draft pick.
Oh, I was saying no. Like last week.
I mean, listen, man. I want to win, but like, I'm not gonna be devastated if we lose. You know, there's positives that come with losing when you're out of the playoff picture. That's just the reality of the situation. But you know, I would love to see a win here. You know, upset Denver. You know, get people on Get Up tomorrow to talk about how fraudulent the Broncos are. You know, get those conversations going.
So it looks like the Commanders won the toss and looked at the kick.
Yeah, because each team gets the football. So that's the correct call. Ches Higher Cat is asking, did Debo get hurt? It looked like he was getting up pretty gingerly there.
But he got a target the next play.
Okay, so he's back in the game.
Yeah, he's
so
fine.
he's good. Well, free football coming up, man. We've got a chance to go and get a victory.
Do we need to hit Fanatics?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Maybe Slack Jack, see if he gives you an answer. All right, man. What are we thinking here? We're only 20 likes away from 300 likes. Can we get there right now? Like the video if you want the Commanders to win, man. If you want the Commanders to win, click that thumbs up icon. We got over 1,200 people in this chat room. Just so you guys know, we go live for pretty much every single Commanders game live on this channel for this watch parties. We're going to be going live for the rest of the season. Maybe next week we get a great grand return of Jaden Daniels in Minnesota against maybe Max Brosmer or maybe J.J. McCarthy. Either way, I think I might pick the Commanders to win that game. The Commanders have been extremely competitive these last 2 weeks. They've looked way, way, way better ever since Dan Quinn decided to take away play calling duties from Joe Witt Jr. I don't think that's a coincidence there. And once you get Jaden Daniels back, I mean, if Jaden Daniels plays in this game, they win.
Yeah.
There's been a number of plays from Marcus where he's overthrown or he's had a panic play. I mean, if he doesn't throw that interception in the first half, you probably win the game. So Commanders won the toss, have elected to kick. So just so you guys know, both teams have to possess the football. All right, so even if the Broncos score a touchdown here, the Commanders will have a chance at it. It's the correct decision because the Commanders know exactly how much time and exactly how many points they need in order to survive.
LSU Nation asked, what is the strategy with kicking to them? That exactly.
That exactly. Kick is away from Moody. It's going to be fielded at the 1 yard line. And he's going to get to the 24-25. Not a great return from Denver. And that is where Bo Nix and the Broncos will take the field. Bo Nix and this Broncos offense scored 0 points in the fourth quarter. This Commanders defense did a great job getting them off the field, creating opportunities, multiple of them for the Commanders. I mean that fourth quarter, only 3 points, or actually no, 6 points were scored. Commanders defense giving the offense multiple opportunities. Let's see what we got here. 10-minute overtime period. Broncos get the ball first. First down and 10 from the 24. Condensed formation for Denver. Takes the snap, Nix, play action. He's got plenty of time in the pocket. He's going to throw over the middle to his check down. It is caught by Harvey, and he's going to spin his way forward here for a gain of 11 or 12. First down, Broncos. And listen, man, like this game, in the grand scheme of things, like even if the Broncos lose, they're probably going to make the playoffs. They'll probably get a home playoff game. It certainly affects their ability to potentially get the number 1 seed. So there are some implications here. But, man, it'd just be nice to get a win for the first time in a couple months. Nice pressure look here from Dan Quinn. Now Nix is going to slip out of it. He's going to get it to Troutman underneath. He'll pick up another first down and another 12-yard gain. Broncos almost at midfield already. This offense already getting more yards on this drive, it feels like, than maybe in the entire fourth quarter. They tried sending Jordan McGee off the edge with a blitz. He got cut by Harvey, the running back, which gave Bo Nix time to step up and then find his outlet over the middle of the field while rolling right. Now they go empty with Bo on first down. And now he makes a check. He pulls at his collar, whatever that means. Nix will take the snap. He's got plenty of time. He throws over the middle, wide open Ingram, and there he goes. He's running to the 40, to the 30, to the 25, 20, down to the 15, 10, and he gets all the way down inside the Commanders' red zone. Evan Ingram with a huge run after catch there, and now the Broncos are knocking on the door.
I mean, even if they score and kick an extra point, theoretically the Commanders could win by going for 2.
Well, man, like a big takeaway I'm coming out of this game with, though, Ponzi, is that there's just not a lot of pass rush today from the Commanders. And, like, they haven't blitzed a whole lot. They've been trying to keep things in front of them. But, like, their 4-man rush attack is just not good enough. Shotgun here, pony formation for Nix. He's going to throw a quick spot route, caught by Sutton for a gain of 5, down to the 5. Now under center for Nix. He's going to hand it off. Harvey, and he finds a lane. Touchdown Broncos. That was fast. Only took 3 minutes to drive all the way down the field for Denver. And now Washington will be forced to score a touchdown on this next drive. And, they can't do it, lackadaisically there, Ponzi, because Denver would get the ball back. And they might be able to, how funny would it be if they tied?
I mean,
it would suck if they tied, if we had to stay up this late for just a tie, but
would we do takeaways and game balls in that case?
No. Lutz puts it up, and it's good. The Commanders will need a touchdown to stay alive on this next drive. They only got 7 minutes to score a touchdown, stop the Broncos, get the ball back, and score again to win.
Or just go for 2.
Oh, yeah, just go for 2. And depending on how much time is left on the clock, I'd say just go for 2. Fuck it. Go for the win.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Go for the win.
This is the reason why you kick. This is the reason why you kick.
Yeah, this is why you kick, because you have the option to go for 2. And listen, man, you can take as much time off the clock as you want.
I mean, I will say this, too. Commanders have been kind of moving the ball.
Yeah, they've been.
The only thing that stopped them was time.
Yeah, and they didn't play great in that fourth quarter for most of it on offense. Multiple stalled drives, but a lot of that has to do with penalties. But when they've had opportunities to just move the ball at a normal pace and not be parked backwards by penalties, they've been pretty good today.
Julius asking why not keep the Denver defense on the field. Bad decision, DQ. Because then Denver can go around. You punt it. Then Denver only needs a field goal.
Yep. You
know what you need. It's why you always elect to play defense first if you're playing in college.
I mean, they do the same thing in college, guys.
Exactly.
This isn't rocket science here. If both teams possess the ball, you want to know exactly how many points and how much time you have left.
Because hindsight, they didn't make a field goal. You could have kicked the field goal to win whenever you had the ball first.
Yeah.
But, you get that hindsight. Come on.
All right. Kick is away. And does it go out of bounds here? It goes into the end zone, actually. That's going to be a touchback. Commanders will get the ball at the 35. So good field position here. And if I'm the Commanders, man, if I'm Dan Quinn, I'm getting on that headset and I'm saying, Cliff, make sure you have a good 2-point conversion play that you love in case we score a touchdown. Be ready to go for 2. Because at that point, man, giving it back to Denver where they can just go 4-minute drill and then kick a field goal at the end, not give you any chance. It's just, nah, man. I want to take my 50-50 shot at the 2-yard line to win it. Pistol formation, play action. Mariota's got time. He throws down the field over the middle. It's caught by McLaurin, past McField, down to the 45. First down, Commanders. Let's go, man. Terry McLaurin, almost at 100 yards receiving today. That's his 6th catch. He's been targeted 12 times. Him and Zach Ertz each targeted 12 times today. Getting McLaurin back in this lineup has been massive for the Commanders' offense. Really opened things up. Obviously, his dynamic playmaking ability has done a great job. Now shotgun Mariota. He's launching down the field. He's open, and he's overshoots Traylon Burks by yards. How many times is Marcus Mariota going to throw a guy, 10 yards too far? Was he just throwing that away? Like, dude, that is so comically overthrown that you have to wonder. You have to wonder. And he had him stacked, man. He was open. That was game. I mean, not game. You'd have to go for 2 still, but now shotgun Mariota on 2nd down and 10. Now he's looking to run. He escapes pressure. Now he's going to cut upfield spin, and he's going to take about a 4-yard gain. It'll be 3rd down, 6 or 7 coming up. Third down and 6. Shotgun Mariota. 3 receiver set with Zach Ertz. Trips right. Mariota takes the snap. Great get off by Bonito. He throws over the middle and incomplete. Almost intercepted. Great play by 23 Barron. It'll be 4th down and 6. This is the game. Is this where you take one of your timeouts here? If you're Dan Quinn, make sure you're in a play that you absolutely love because you got to have it here. Can't take the timeouts with you. Got shotgun Mariota. Going to be 2-by-2 formation. If I'm Washington, I'm taking a timeout, but we'll see. They do not. They snap it. Here's the game. Mariota now has to escape out to his right, and there's pressure, and he is going to be throwing it, tipped in the air, and intercepted. The game ends either way. The Broncos win. Flag on the play. Flag on the play. Hold on. It's in the secondary. And it's in the secondary. Oh, my gosh. Is this game still alive? Sean Payton can't believe it. And there was an indication for defensive pass interference in the referee's huddle. Now there's a holding indication. No, they're going to say pass interference on the defense, and it's going to keep the Commanders alive. They just won't die, ladies and gentlemen.
The Cardiac Commanders might be back.
Hufanga held Jeremy McNichols, of all people. Or, no, interfered, and he was early. I will say he was early to Jeremy McNichols. Just completely tackled him. Easy call. Easy call. Yeah, it's on you, 9. It's on you. All right. New set of downs. Spot foul. Still 5 minutes and 18 seconds left. I don't think that matters much, though. If the Commanders score here, I think they go for 2. Shotgun for Mariota. Takes the snap. Hands it off. This is Jeremy McNichols. He's going to pick up a good 7 or 8 on 1st down. McNichols has been so efficient this year and today. He's 2nd down and manageable already for the Commanders. Yeah, I can't believe Mariota even got this pass out. He was getting swarmed. 2nd down and 2. Condensed formation now for Washington from shotgun. Takes the snap. They will hand it off. No push at the line. I mean, the Commanders' offensive line has just gotten bullied all day long. Why are we running it up the middle? It makes no sense. It's a loss of 2 or 3. It'll be 3rd down and still manageable here. But we got to pass the ball to win. That should be abundantly clear. And if we're making this a competition between the Commanders' offensive line and the defensive front of the Broncos, the Commanders lose that every single time. So here we go, bunch right, out in a nasty split. Zach Ertz, a lone receiver, out to the left. Mariota looking, not there. Now he's going to launch down the middle of the field. He's open. Caught! Touchdown, Terry McLaurin! Oh, baby, we got one play to decide it! Flag on the play. Holding on the offense, no way! Oh my gosh, what a game, and it's the rookie Josh Connerly Jr. And he held Jonathan Cooper around the neck. Mariota delivered an absolute dime versus the cover 2 to McLaurin. It would have been the touchdown there. Jaden can't believe that they called a flag on the sideline. You've got to be kidding me, man. I feel like Cooper was already on the way down, and that sucks for a rookie who's really struggled in his rookie season. And Connerly, in a game like this, now you're parked all the way back to the 40. It's 3rd and 14. And you got to move the chain. Shotgun Mariota looking. He's just going to launch it towards the end zone. He's got Debo. He's open, caught, and he's down to the 1. Oh, my Lord. He just throws it to Debo on a streak. He gets past Riley Moss, the white cornerback. And now Denver calls timeout. We're down to the 1-yard line. This game is bananas, folks. The Cardiac Commanders may be back. It's press coverage on the outside. Debo, I mean, Riley just stops running. Riley Moss stops running. Debo keeps going. And he gets all the way down to the 1. And 3rd down and 14. Obviously, great decision from Mariota. Yeah, back-to-back great passes. I mean, it hasn't been perfect for Mariota today, but it's been good enough against one of the 3 best defenses in the league. Come on, man. Couple more plays. If you get a touchdown here, you go for 2. You'd have no guarantee of getting the ball back. Under center now is Mariota. They go 13 personnel. Nope, they hand it off to Rodriguez. Nothing there. You're going to have to throw this ball in, man. I'm telling you. That defensive front of Denver is too good. Clock will continue to tick. I don't think the clock really matters at this point. This either ends with a Washington Commanders touchdown and 2-point conversion, a failed 2-point conversion, turnover on downs, turnover. There's a couple different ways this could end, but this game is ending on this drive. There will not be another drive in this game. Again, 13 personnel. Mariota hands it off. No, it's play action. Looking back of the end zone. Incomplete. Overthrown McLaurin. 3rd down and goal. God, dude, it seems like the Commanders just go right down to when, their last chance, and it looks like it's going to be over. And Pat Surtain was not fooled on that one. It's 3rd down and goal. They're taking McLaurin off the field for this 3rd down play. Why? I guess to have him for 4th down, but they put Debo out there. They have Traylon Burks and Jalen Lane. Shotgun Mariota, he takes the snap. He's looking. He off his back foot, throws end zone, and it's going to be dropped by Ertz. He had the touchdown in his hands. And he's had such a good game today. 10 catches for over 100 yards. Mariota off his back foot threw an absolute dime. That should be a touchdown every time. And Zach Ertz, who very infamously has some very untimely drops, just had the most untimely drop there could be in the end zone. And now it comes down to this again for the Commanders. This feels like the 7th time today. Timeout, Washington. They want to make sure they've got a play that they love. And you got to get Terry out there. Terry wasn't out there. Get Jalen Lane off the fucking field right now. Get Terry McLaurin's ass on the grass. There's no reason for him not to be on this play, man. It's the game. This would be it would be heartbreaking. I mean, I'm okay losing at this point in the year. And this team has fought extremely hard in this game. But, it essentially comes down to 2 plays, all right? The Commanders need 2 successful plays to get the win. They need a touchdown here and then a successful 2-point conversion. So, listen, man, leave it to the Commanders. Right when we thought that they were dead, multiple times in this game, they have come back. Let's see if they get it done here. 4th down and goal, this is the game. Shotgun Mariota. He will take the snap. He's looking left. He throws slant. McLaurin caught! Touchdown, Washington! And it comes down to a 2-point conversion. Let's go, Terry! Let's go, man! We're going for 2. We're going for 2. Let's go get a win. Yes! Oh, man. Inches away from a deflection from the defensive lineman. 2-point attempt for the win to get your first win since week 5. And your first win at home since, I believe, week 4. Timeout Denver.
Wouldn't be surprised if both teams call their timeout.
This is an insane football game,
This
man.
is a great game.
And listen, man, I'll be disappointed if the Commanders lose at this point because they've come so far. To lose this game by 1 point would be insane.
But this is what you do for it.
But hey, man,
live or die by it.
No matter what happens on this play, the Commanders get something out of it. If you get the win, great. You get a great team building, culture building win. Great stuff. All right, you get Jaden maybe back next week. All right, obviously season's over, but you're building. That's what you're doing at the end of this season. But if you lose, it's another loss to the tally, and it improves your draft stock next year. So, playing with house money here. They go empty with a bunch. Quads left. Now they're going to send, nope. It's going to be shotgun, Mariota. Going to be deflected, and that's going to be the game. The Broncos win. And the Broncos win in the most Broncos fashion on literally the last play of the game in an absolute thriller. But it is unfortunately the Commanders' 7th straight loss. But hey, man, I'm just, like I said, man, I'm cool. I'm cool. All right. Yeah, I would say so. I'm going to finish up my takeaways here, and then we'll get into the post game as soon as Ponzi has it done. Yeah. I mean, listen, man, tonight was about as fun as it could have been. The only thing that could have been a little bit more fun is if they got that 2-point conversion. I like the call to go for 2. I like all that stuff. And they came back from the dead 4 or 5 different times, so it sucks to lose this game at the very end with how much they fought. But the fight is there with this team, guys. It really is. So that's what you want to see from a head coach and Dan Quinn. You want to see the fight in this group. You want to see them scrapping it and, going up against a 9-2 team and, having their backs up against the wall and continuously, giving themselves a shot. Well, yeah, man, now we go on to Minnesota next week. I mean, do we know if he had an open receiver or if that ball gets past Benito, it's a catch? I mean, just a hell of a play by Benito, one of the best defensive players in football, getting his hand on that thing. So listen, man, fun game. It's another loss to the tally, which improves the draft stock, so can't complain too much. Would have been nice
It's
to
a
get.
good loss to the draft tally, though.
It's a great loss. It really is. Like there's
this week and last week, or in last game.
yeah, like you're competitive. It goes right down to the wire, and you lose at the end in overtime. Like that's
if you have Jaden Daniels,
and if you have Jaden Daniels, you probably win both of those games, right? So season's over anyway.
I think the Commanders are officially eliminated.
Yeah, I think they're officially eliminated here. Let me see here. 1, 2. Yeah. Actually, I'm going to move.
Yeah, McNichols was wide open.
Oh, McNichols was wide open.
You want me to get the photo for you?
No, but I mean, if you have it, I mean, surely we can show it. But man, that's a bummer. McNichols was wide open for the game winner, and Benito knocked it away. So good for the Broncos, man. It just they always seem to win these games, man. Like the only time that they didn't win one of these games this year, Ponzi, was when they had that kind of weird leverage call against the Colts, and they lost to the Colts early in the season. Other than that, they've won these games pretty consistently. So good for them. They're on their way to the playoffs. 10 wins, that'll get them into the playoffs for sure. Probably wins them the division with 5 games to go. They'll probably end the season with at least 12, maybe 13 wins. So good for them. Oh, dude, they had a beautiful rub concept. Cliff Kingsbury had an awesome, awesome play called there. He was saving it for the very end. And Benito knocked it away. Man, that sucks.
I thought I saw it open. I didn't want to say it was, but I mean, oh man.
That's disappointing for sure, man. Well, whatever. I mean, at this point, it's great to win games, but it's also, you're playing with house money because if you lose, you get better draft positioning. I think that the right approach is, as a fan, hey, I want the Commanders to win this game. I'm going to cheer for them. I'm going to hope that they win, all that different stuff, and I hope they play well and these players play well and we find some good young players to move forward into the future with. But if they lose, then, it improves our draft stock and improves our ability to either draft a really good player next year or trade down and get, a bunch of picks. So, but, today really showed how much of an impact having Terry McLaurin back is. 14 targets, 7 catches, 96 yards. Just a huge impact on the game. Yeah. But yeah, man, whenever Ponzi gets those takeaways scripted for us, we'll make sure to get you into the postgame show. Unfortunately, we did not get to $200 in Super Chat revenue today, so we will not be doing a raffle, unfortunately. But I appreciate each and every one of you guys that donated and all that great stuff. It's always a fun time on these Commanders Report watch parties. And if you guys want more of these watch parties, we'll be going live next week. So make sure you click that subscribe button. Help us get to 50,000 subscribers. Getting close, man. We're less than 1,000 subscribers away now. Unfortunately, now the Washington Commanders, 3-9. I mean, if you would have told me at the beginning of the season we'd be sitting at 3-9, you know what I would tell you, Ponzi? I would say that means a lot of injuries happen. And that's, part of the story for sure. I think if this team doesn't have the amount of injuries, by the way, I think Denver just moved into the number 1 seed. I think they have the tiebreaker now against New England. So Denver moves into the number 1 seed in the AFC. For now, because New England plays tomorrow, right? Yeah. So we'll see what that looks like tomorrow night. But yeah, man, it's gonna be interesting to see how this Commanders team plays down the stretch because you have a chance to play spoiler for Dallas. That'll be a fun game down the stretch. You get to play the Eagles twice and maybe play spoiler to them. With this season being as disappointing as it's been, guys, at the end of the season, it does make for some cool opportunities to play some spoiler here. I would say the next 2 weeks are kind of meh. You get the Vikings, who are out of the playoff picture, just like we are. Then you get the Giants, who are the same thing. So 2 kind of low leverage kind of matchups. But then you finish the season with 3, not just 1, not just 2, but 3 opportunities to play spoiler for the Eagles and the Cowboys. And, if you can win 2 of those final 3, like, I think you feel pretty good going into the offseason about, your ability to compete in this division next year. With Jaden Daniels back fully healthy, with Terry McLaurin back fully healthy, with hopefully a more complete wide receiver room, with hopefully a better O-line, with hopefully, obviously, better defense, with a better secondary overall. So, that's where we're at. That's where we're at in the 2025 season here for the Washington Commanders, guys. And we'll probably have more, early off-season content for you guys this week. Probably have another mock draft for you guys. Might do some draft targets. Might dabble in that. Cut candidates, trade candidates. Lots of our early off-season content. Probably hit some of that this week, as well as any injury updates to Jaden Daniels. It looks like Noah Brown might be getting close to playing. Drake Jackson might be getting close to playing. So, we got some reinforcements this week. It looks like we might be getting more next week. And that's somewhat exciting because, once we get this team back to fully healthy towards the end of the season, I think this team can play spoiler to the Eagles or to the Cowboys or to both. So those are some fun opportunities at the end of the season. See what we can do. No injuries. That's another thing, too. I think this is the second game where we're getting, we're leaving the game with no injuries. So that's positive that the Commanders aren't accruing any more new injuries. And listen, man, it's just is what it is. You fight hard. You play a good ball game. You go up against a now 10-2 ball club. In a situation where this roster and this team could have very easily mailed it in. Poor us. Jaden Daniels is injured. We don't have either of our starting corners on the outside. We don't have either of our starting defensive ends. We don't have one of our starting receivers. All these different things. The poor me's, right? They could have sat there and this team could have, mailed it in. But coming out of the bye, give Dan Quinn credit. This team and this coaching staff came ready to ball today. They gave a really good fight to a good football team today, and they came up just short. And honestly, that's okay because you get a better draft pick now because of this loss. So would have been great to get the win and get that ball to Jeremy McNichols. Unfortunately, the Commanders were literally inches off winning this ball game, and that's just life in the NFL sometimes. And when you're already 3-8, you can live with that reality. So, Ponzi says we're almost done with the graphics here. Whenever we're ready to get into this post game, we'll get right into it. Talk about my takeaways. I got 8 of them for you guys. Should be a nice discussion here after a really fun evening. Really fun football game to watch. I think a lot of people expected the Broncos to just kind of whoop that ass today. And, they didn't do that, right? It was very competitive. The Commanders' defense stepped up in the fourth quarter to give the Commanders chances to win. Commanders' offense stepped up in overtime to, give themselves a chance at the end. This team is not a good football team, but, they fought hard tonight. And, I think that points to a good culture for future seasons. And I still think Dan Quinn is the right answer at head coach here. Still believe in a lot of the fundamental building blocks that are in place here in Washington. And now, it's about building a foundation for future success for the rest of this season. And then, going into 2026, hopefully with reckless abandon, ready to, try and get double-digit wins again, compete for the division again, compete for the NFC title again. And, that's the hope. That's the hope. Man, Evan Ingram finished as their leading receiver today, pretty much based on that one catch. Evan Ingram's starting to heat up a little bit. King of ADHD says, as a Broncos fan, you guys played the best you've played all year. Wishing you luck for the rest of the season. I agree, man. This is about as good as the Commanders as a team has played. I mean, outside of their wins, I would say they probably played better against the Chargers, Raiders, etc. But, tonight, I thought they came out ready to play. They were clearly prepared. They were well coached, both sides of the ball. Some missed opportunities hurt for sure. You can definitely feel the lack of overall talent on this Commanders roster because of all the injuries and all this different stuff that's plaguing this team this year. But good, hard-fought game, and I'm pretty proud of this group for their effort tonight, even though they couldn't come away with the victory. All right, man, let's get into the postgame show right now. 27-26, Broncos win, Commanders lose. Let's talk about it right now. Commanders lose here in Week 13 on Sunday Night Football, and kind of a thriller here, 27-26. I think a lot of people thought 9-2 Broncos team going into Washington versus a 3-8 Commanders team. Even though the Commanders are coming off a bye, that the Broncos were going to dominate today, all that different stuff. That just wasn't the case. I thought the Commanders were extremely competitive today on both sides of the ball. They looked well prepared and well coached, both sides of the ball. They made plays on both sides to give the other chance opportunities to pretty much save the game for the Washington Commanders in this game, and they fought their way back time and time again. It looked like they were done at multiple points, and they fought their way back to just one play away from winning this ball game. Unfortunately, Nick Bedino happened, and he knocked that ball away, and we're talking about a 1-point loss for the Washington Commanders here on Sunday Night Football. They're 7th in a row. Before we get into my takeaways here today on probably the most encouraging loss you could potentially think of for the Washington Commanders here this week, make sure you click that subscribe button. Some good opportunities down the stretch here to play spoiler for some division rivals in the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles towards the end of the season, as well as some opportunities for Jaden Daniels to come back and show us what he's capable of coming off of that elbow dislocation. So we're going to get you guys the latest injury updates this week. Looks like a number of Commanders could be back in the lineup this week against the Minnesota Vikings in a very winnable ball game, by the way, on the road. We also have off-season coverage coming up here soon. Cut candidates, trade candidates, mock drafts, draft targets, all that great stuff. You don't want to miss any of that content. Click that subscribe button. Join the Commanders family that we have here on the Commanders Report. All right, man, let's talk about this game, because I thought from start to finish the Commanders were very competitive. Obviously, in certain spurts, the Denver Broncos were able to move the ball against the Commanders' defense, but in the fourth quarter, you made some stops there, gave the offense multiple opportunities to tie or take the lead. They end up tying it, going into overtime, and then the Broncos go right down, score a touchdown, but complimentary football, the Commanders' offense picked them up. Got a couple, calls, DPIs and such to keep them in it. But then they have some really great downfield throws from Mariota to guys like Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel. And then, of course, getting it to Terry for the potential game-winning touchdown. But then on the final play of the game there, he had Jeremy McNichols wide open on a beautifully designed rub concept to Jeremy McNichols. He was wide open, would have been the game-sealing score. And unfortunately, Nick Benito, the star pass rusher for the Broncos, deflected the pass from Mariota, and that was all she wrote. And, that sucks. Wish the Commanders would have pulled this out because they did fight so hard. You can tell this Commanders team is really fighting hard for their head coach and for each other, and they just want to win a damn football game, man. But now, 7th straight loss in a row definitely hurts. But, sometimes that's the way it goes in the National Football League. And, hey, at the end of the day, you get that better draft positioning by adding that tally to the loss column. And, listen, man, I thought the defense stepped up today, just like they did against Miami. I mean, they stepped up in some big moments. They really haven't been giving up, like, that many points over the last, 2 games since Dan Quinn has taken over. They've come up in some big spots. I mean, they didn't give up a single point to Denver in the entire fourth quarter. That's when the Broncos offense has been at its best all season long. You had different players, contributing, making plays, all that stuff. I thought Bo Nix wasn't great today. I thought he left the Commanders, let the Commanders off the hook a couple times. But overall, decent performance. Had some nice throws on the run, but nothing special. I would say, R.J. Harvey was the leading rusher for Denver today. Didn't get much, in terms of his role in the running game. It was mostly the passing game, and guys like McLaughlin weren't really getting much going. It was mostly, the receiving game. Sutton had a decent day with 62 yards. Evan Ingram had a really good game today. He had that big yak play in overtime to put them in position to score. They definitely targeted him quite a bit, and he made an impact down the stretch. So, I thought the defense stepped up for the most part today, but I thought the one area where the defense was really lackluster was the pass rush. I mean, they really had the blitz to get to Bo Nix, in my opinion, today, or Bo just had to, hold on to the ball forever. But it's very clear that, the Commanders' plan this week was to keep everything in front of them, play coverage, and try to get home with 4. The problem is they just don't have enough talent up front to win with 4, especially on the edge. Von Miller just didn't look good today at all. They put Preston Smith out there a lot. He looked terrible as well. Jacob Martin wasn't making the usual impact that he's used to making. It just wasn't a phenomenal performance, especially from the edge rushers in this game, and Bo Nix had all day to throw. I thought the defense showed up in certain moments there. For sure, they played hard, but they certainly have their deficiencies, and one of those deficiencies is definitely the 4-man pass rush. But now shifting over to the offensive side of the ball, and it's mostly positive on this side of the ball, to be completely honest with you. There's some negatives there. Mariota missed some throws. We'll get to him in a second, but man, is it good to have Terry McLaurin back in the lineup, okay? And, you might look at his stat line and you might be impressed by, what he was able to do today. And, it was good. Had a touchdown right at the end there, 96 yards, 7 catches, over a first down, per reception. He looked good today. He really did. He looked like Terry McLaurin in this game. But the big thing that happened with Terry when he's out there is that he commands the respect of opposing defenses, and it opens things up for everything else, all right? It opened things up for Debo a couple times today. It really opened things up in the intermediate level for Zach Ertz. People were so worried about Terry that it left Zach Ertz a wide open on a lot of plays today, and he led the team in receptions today with 10, had over 100 yards. It was one of his best games that he has had in quite some time. Might have been his best game of the season to this point. So, Terry is huge for the success of Zach Ertz. And I thought that, the rest of the offense was pretty darn good today. Mariota, I think, was the leading rusher at the end of things today. He used his legs quite well. But Rodriguez, C-Rod, was okay, got a touchdown today, decent average there. I thought Bill ran decently when he got opportunities. McNichols, as always, has just been a really good spark plug for this Commanders offense all throughout the season. And, I'm looking forward to seeing what this Commanders offense does down the stretch, because now you got Terry McLaurin back, which, as we've discussed on this channel, really opens things up. We saw that today. And with Jaden Daniels getting back into the lineup here pretty darn soon, that's looking like, this Commanders offense could be back to somewhat normal as we approach the end of the 2025 season. Not that it matters for any playoff implications. But you be the judge for me down there in the comments section. Grade today's performance from the Commanders, A, B, C, D, or F. They lost the game, so you can't give them an A, but I appreciated the effort, the coaching, the resilience, the mental toughness. I will give them a B in this game. I liked a lot of the stuff that I saw today. I really did. So hopefully we can see more of that as the weeks go on. I think we've seen some good things to build on in the Miami and now this game versus the Broncos. And, hey, when you lose these games, you improve your draft position. So not only are you showing some good things, some good foundational building blocks sort of stuff, but also you're improving your draft position at the same time. So really, you can really spin this to be like, this is the best case scenario for the Commanders the last 2 weeks. But give me an A, B, C, D, or F for today's pinned question. Just a second here, I'm going to tell you about our sponsor today at Ridge. And while I tell you about Ridge, get down there and give me an A, B, C, D, or F. And guys, are you tired of your bulky wallet taking up all the space in your pockets? Well, you guys probably already know about Ridge because they've been a sponsor here on the Commanders Report for quite a while for their unique, slim, and modern wallets. But guess what? Ridge just took their game-changing wallet and made it even better. Say hello to the Ridge 2.0, the most refined version of the Ridge wallet ever. It's 10% lighter, has more customization options with cash straps and money clips and even AirTag attachments, so you can tailor your wallet to your own personal needs. Also, Ridge isn't just about wallets, guys. They also create premium everyday carry essentials like key cases, suitcases, and rings, all built with the same sleek, durable design. And no matter what you pick, Ridge has free shipping, a 99-day risk-free trial, and a lifetime warranty on all of their products. And just to show you guys that I actually use Ridge's products and love them, here's my Ridge 2.0. I absolutely love it. I love the sleek design of it here where it's super thin. It fits in your pocket really nice. I used to have a really lumpy old leather wallet that was just terrible. But if you love the Commanders, even more customized options here. You guys can actually get Commanders team branded Ridge products as well. And for a limited time only, Ridge is having their huge Black Friday sale. Head on over to ridge.com to get up to 47% off your order. This is by far the biggest discount they are giving out all year long. So if you have somebody in your life that would love a Ridge wallet, or someone, or if you personally yourself would love one, this is a great opportunity to cash in. That's ridge.com for up to 40% off your entire order during the biggest sale of the year at ridge.com. After your purchase, they will ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them that our show sent you. We are the Commanders Report by Chat Sports. And a big thank you to Ridge for sponsoring this week's Commanders Report postgame show. All right, so now continuing on here with the offense. And, I thought Mariota was a little bit off. I thought he was fine today, but, he had multiple throws today where, it was kind of panicky. He got under pressure and kind of just threw it up there. That was the one interception that he threw today. He had a number of overthrows in this game as well. Now, he had a number of really clutch, really awesome throws down the field. So, he deserves credit for that. And I thought Mariota, certainly carried this team at times when, the defense knew he had to throw the ball. And, hey, going up against this Broncos defense is no easy task, especially when they know that you're throwing the football. And I thought Marcus kept them on schedule today. He moved the chains pretty consistently. He was the leading rusher of the team as well. And if Nick Bonino doesn't just bat that final pass away, he probably leads this team to victory and gets that ball to Jeremy McNichols. So, I thought he was a little bit off today, but, overall, I thought he played his butt off and he competed his butt off. And, if he has to play another week and Jaden needs to take another week to get back from that elbow, I have no qualms about Marcus Mariota playing next week. I mean, whether it's Max Brosmer or J.J. McCarthy for the Vikings next week, I think Mariota would still be the best quarterback on the field for either team in Minnesota next week. But then, what a catch by Treylon Burks, guys. I mean, I just have to mention this because it's probably the play of the year for the Washington Commanders this season. Might be the catch of the year in the National Football League to have Riley Moss completely covering him and still being able to grab that thing full extension with just one hand and bring that in for a touchdown. And that's his first touchdown, by the way, since his rookie season in 2022. Hell of a play. Commanders tried going back to him for a couple more 50-50 balls that, fell incomplete. So maybe that was a little bit of a one-off for Treylon Burks, but I think that this team should continue to give him more opportunities. He's somebody that can get rolling after the catch as well if you get him on a slant, but he can make those really ridiculous catches as well. He's always had good hands in that regard, making some ridiculous acrobatic catches. He did that today. Have to give him a shout-out. That was an incredible catch. But I did think the offensive line for the Commanders on offense got their butt whooped in this game, and the fact that Mariota was able to kind of carry the team on his back with the passing game with 50 pass attempts today, I thought was good, but, he was pressured quite a bit today as well. Josh Carnley Jr. had a really big holding call at the end of the game. Not that it mattered because Mariota digged him out of it, but, I thought whenever they tried to run it in between the tackles, they just got pushed back very consistently. Very few plays in this game where they won the line of scrimmage battle. And listen, man, Denver's defensive front is excellent. It's maybe the best in football. But, just not a whole lot of competitiveness there. And I think that's a clear sign that if the Commanders want to win the trenches at a high level in future seasons, upgrades to this unit, particularly probably at center, and maybe some other places are definitely going to have to be made. And Josh Carnley Jr. is going to have to get a lot better in year two. But at the end of the day, guys, it's disappointing that you lost, but it was still a really entertaining game, and you improve your draft stock with this loss. As far as losses go, this is about as encouraging of a loss that you can take at this point in the season. It's not like you're playing for anything at this point. The only thing you're playing for is to say that you won the game. So to go to overtime, to be very competitive, to show a lot of good things on tape on both sides of the ball. And by the way, that's been the case for the last two games, the Madrid game and this game, where you go to overtime and you lose a narrow game. It improves your draft stock because you're losing games and you're increasing the tally of losses in your loss column, which of course puts you in better position to maybe trade down next offseason, get some more draft picks, or really draft a special player. at the top of the NFL draft. So, overall, I'm fine with the loss today. I love the way that the team competed, and, you were literally inches away from getting the victory today against a now 10-2 football team. So at the end of the day, I'm cool with the way the Commanders played today. So point the finger for me down there in the comments section. Who's the most to blame for today's loss? Let me know what you guys think down there in the comments. I don't know if I necessarily have one person I'm looking at. I'm being like, man, you suck today. You're the reason why we lost today. If I have to pick one thing, I would say the lack of a pass rush on Bo Nix. I think if you got a little bit more of a pass rush today, maybe he throws another interception. Maybe you create more opportunities and they don't score as many points. But at the end of the day, man, I thought it was a pretty well-fought game from the Washington Commanders from beginning to end. And, that's kind of where I'll leave you guys. It's a tough 1-point loss. If you stayed up for this game, to just get that, final play, the 2-point conversion, get that batted away and you lose the game. It sucks to lose that way no matter what your record is or no matter, how much you're trying to improve your draft stock or whatever. But I think over these last 2 weeks, we've been seeing a lot of foundational building block type of stuff on both sides of the ball. You have a lot of your key starters out of the lineup. And this offense and defense have been very competitive these last 2 weeks. And this week against a very good team that's going to make the playoffs this year in the Denver Broncos. So, you get some opportunities here, Minnesota, New York, maybe not the biggest high-flying matchups in the world, but then the final 3 weeks of the season, man, you're going to have, Jaden Daniels back. You're going to have Terry McLaurin, hopefully, still healthy. You're going to have an opportunity to play spoiler to the Eagles and Cowboys at the end of the year. That's a really fun opportunity, even if the Commanders are not going to be going to the postseason this year. So, overall, I'm trying to keep a positive mindset here, guys. I enjoyed watching this football game today, guys. I hope you enjoyed it if you watched the watch party with us here. But that's going to be it for today's postgame show here on the Washington Commanders Report. We're going to have another video for you guys tomorrow, maybe film takeaways. Maybe we'll do cut or trade candidates. I haven't really decided what our video is going to be tomorrow, but rest assured we will get a video out to you guys at some point tomorrow on the Washington Commanders. I greatly appreciate all of your guys' support. Until next time, guys, out to the Commanders. Got some super chats to finish up the night here with, just 2 of them here. Cameron Pickett says it's so nice having Scary Terry back. You said it, man. We said it during the contract dispute this year. We said it time and time again. You got to have Terry McLaurin on this team because if you don't have him, you don't have the receiving room to really demand respect from opposing defenses. And when Terry's been out, we've seen exactly that. There's just not enough dynamic firepower in that wide receiver room, especially when Noah Brown's out as well. There's just not enough there to really have a consistently good offensive product. And it allows defenses to hone in on the underneath passing game and the run game and all that different stuff. But Terry just opens up so much for the rest of this team. Zach Ertz, the run game, Debo, all those guys. He's just an X-factor, dynamic playmaker, and there's a reason why they paid him as much as they paid him. Is this the only one? All right, cool. So we're going to end the show on that, guys. I appreciate all of you guys staying up with us here for the Commanders Report Watch Party. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, hail to the Commanders.